Шановні учасники конференції, доброго ранку.
Dear participants of the conference, good morning. I would like to announce first something. Many participants of the conference ask us, they do not have enough time. People call, or maybe there are some technical issues. Let us start at 10:10, okay?
Да нет, это так должно быть.
Да?
Конечно.
Я просто это уже не солярки, или это плохо заливается.
Recording in progress.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції, шановні
Good
гості.
day, dear conference participants, dear guests, dear invited. We start the second day of our activity. I will remind we have joint conference of two scientific institutions, State and Transport Scientific Research Institute, Державтотранс and State Road Scientific Research Institute, named after Shulgin, Berzdor, and this conference is devoted to perspectives of developing infrastructure and road transport, focusing martial law Yesterday, we had, I will remind maybe for those who are present also, the first part, we listened to 14 presentations and we had discussion panel. Today we have two panels. First panel relates to road infrastructure, and it will continue till lunch break. And second panel, road transport after lunch, will start. I would like to remind some fundamental matters of our agenda. First, safety. If air alert, we make a break. All the actions in accordance to the martial law conditions to save life and health. Zoom conference does not interrupt. Lunch break, it does not interrupt as well. Please do not get disconnected, to have no technical issues to reconnect. After air alert is over, in about 15 to 20 minutes, we are to resume our conference. In terms of conference is held only in Zoom online, so please, all questions and discussions to hold at discussion panel. If there is urgent need, please leave questions in chat. We will relay them to the presenters. And now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Director of DSTU on scientific activity, Kaskiv Volodymyr Ivanovich. He is going to lead this panel. Road infrastructure, Volodymyr Ivanovich, the floor is yours. Please take the lead. Thank you. Good day, colleagues. I welcome the participants of our conference, both in Ukraine as well as foreign colleagues. Despite current circumstances, we move toward victory, and usually, as always, science was and is the progress cutting edge. Road infrastructure of Ukraine suffered a lot. Challenges are related with destroying bridges, not enough bitumen. You know that our oil refineries destroyed. Topical issue today is also alternative anti-icing materials. You see there is blizzard in Kiev now. Also, Tansin cannot supply their products. Road industry also had price transformation system. Also, safety issues are always paramount, and developing documents and regulatory acts also very important. So that's what we're going to draw attention today during our road panel. And definitely, as Viktor Mikhailovich was mentioning, in terms of questions, I will not repeat once again. I will also ask our colleagues to keep with time limit. Our agenda is very busy, having many important things to accomplish. I would like to give the first floor to Bibyk Yuliya Mikolayevna, Deputy Department of Economic Studies and Determining Price for Road Object, candidate of Economic Sciences, who will present those innovations and introduction to pricing in road industry. Yuliya Mikolayevna, please, the floor is yours. Good day, colleagues. I'm happy to see everyone, and obviously there will be not enough time to present all the changes, but anyway, in short, I will tell you about the changes that happened in pricing system. I will introduce the rules in short and will speak about cost principle for road transport. Why? Because first changes on legislative level took place July 16, 2021. 8081 law was adopted, and this law transferred authorities in terms of development and approval of certain methodologies and rules of determining costs of road services and activities from Ministry of Region to Ministry of Infrastructure. So our notions have split. When we speak of Minregion, back then they have already had some changes introduced to pricing system. They were determining the cost based on a procedure of forming norms and standards, also based on approved in November 25, 2021, the regulation on determining the cost of construction. We also know that recently, several days ago, Minregion and Mininfrastruktura have combined. Back then, it was a separate executive bodies, and some discrepancies also existed in pricing. So after the law was adopted and after changes were introduced to Article 17 on investment activity, about what I have mentioned to you in terms of who is responsible for determining the prices in terms of general use roads in Ukraine, Mininfrastructure developed and approved in this May rules of determining the cost of construction, reconstruction, repair, and maintaining general use roads. And after the rules have been adopted in month of October, the methodology was adopted to determine the cost of works and services. If we speak of rules, this is pretty generalizing document containing main conceptual approaches to define prices. We need to draw attention to new notions in those rules. Today we start using different databases. So to determine the cost, we use database of object analog. So it is valuable, and database contains information on salaries, on cost of material resources, cost of using machines and mechanisms. Also in future will contain information about the aggregated indicators of road works and services. These databases are available, they are functioning, and you may log on to our website, Держдор and the EN, to see all this information. Main changes that have happened in the pricing system of road industry is possibility to use document on cost of our works, bill of quantities in terms of international measurement system, and you may also use our national classifiers to form this document. Also, new here is calculating the expenses, resources spending. If we used element pricing norms, today we use calculation of resource expenses. So resource expenses are approved documents determining material, technical expenses, and labor resources per unit of measuring certain kinds of activities. And key here is aggregated indicators of cost. If before introducing those changes we were using certain type of activities, we used the direct cost for certain type of activities, determining direct cost. And after determining of the direct cost for every kind of activities, we separately determined other costs, temporary transportation, business trips, others. So we determined the income based on budget estimate, depreciation costs. Now we use approach including all the cost elements. If we speak about aggregated cost indicator, we shouldn't confuse it with aggregated kind of activities. It may be some element of activities on building upper layer of road, for instance. Now this indicator includes all the cost parts. Expenses for work, materials, general administrative, other expenses, also budget, estimated income. When we speak about contractual agreement stage, when we have bidding procedure and next the agreement is going to be signed, we understand that tender procedure is formed based on this document on scope of activities, definitely using this aggregated cost indicators. What is the most important? When we have tender, the contractors are to understand the scope of activities they are to fulfill to be the winners of this tender. And next, they just use the aggregated cost indicators for this kinds of activities. We understand that this complies to tender legislation and compliance to contractual price. Also important to pay attention to aggregated cost indicators at the stage of signing contractual price are not broken down by a constructor, but calculated at their own discretion. If previously the customers were trying to find out, to understand the way a contractor is calculating general production cost, what is the structure of the cost, we do not have it anymore. We have the cost of agreement, meaning the amount the contractor agreed to perform activities after tender was held and the scope of work needs to be fulfilled after the contractual price is approved. Documents and substantiating aggregated cost indicators are not provided, and definitely this condition is fulfilled when we have fixed budget. So this methodology determines that this hard fixed amount is preserved when all the stages are approved. We take the actual fulfilled activities scope and multiply it for certain unit of activities, and this kind also the confirming documents are not provided. So what do we have? Cost of road activities and services. When we speak about design stage, the cost of road activities is determined in part of budget estimation bidding documentation or budget estimation documentation if we speak about maintenance expenses, whether according to the BN or other document. We had stage also discussed determining the contractual price, the cost of road services and activities is approved once again, I say, by UPV. Our price is fixed and definitely by the aggregated cost budget estimation. And this cost is determined by provided activities, services, and the cost determined in contractual clauses, contractual amount without confirming calculations. When we speak about main principal provisions of the rules, we are speaking about budget estimation period, cost information by resource expenses. Please note here that note expenses calculation that we use at the stage of document preparation may be calculated within cost estimation part, even by person doing the design. If a certain kind of activities is not in the books as a unit for expenses, designer may do it on their own and the customer approves those in the budget estimation documentation. The main changes that happen, changes in calculating general production expenses and budget estimation income. If before those expenses were determining from the labor costs in direct expenses, the more mechanize the activity, the less labor expenses. So we had less general production expenses and definitely more income. The subscribers had it that it was not profitable for them, so that they could provide bigger income for themselves. We have moved away from this principle, and today all those expenses, both general production, including budget estimation, income is determined as a percent from direct expenses, and this is general provision in rules, but more generalized detailed document, of course, based on methodology. Methodology is approved by order of Infrastructure, order from October 7 this year, and from October 17, 2022, the methodology to determine road activities costs is functioning to determine the costs of maintenance, repair, and use of general use roads. This methodology is encompassing all kinds of road activities, but relates in the first place to general use roads and the pricing system in general. For us to figure out pricing system, we understand that we have the rules. We have considered the methodology that we are going to discuss, classification of road services and activities, calculating expenses, resources, industry-based documents, expenses calculated in certain company, or some individual expenses calculation also possible, and databases of analog objects and database of prices. Many times I was saying that determination of costs of activities and services methodology has different in terms of costs for activities, costs for if we're speaking about current renovation, we mean the repair costs and other types of costs. If we use such approach, we may use expenses approach or comparative approach. Expenses approach is based on result methodology. We need to know the amount of resources necessary to fulfill certain kind of activities, and we adopt it by using calculations of resource spending. Short about parts of the budget estimation. Resource methodology means we have three types of resources: labor resources, material resources, and technical resources. So costs of road construction materials, budget estimation documents is composed based on this, and those current prices are the medium in the region. So the designer, by order of customer, performs analysis, so opening the database of prices for the material resources, and is looking at a median price in a certain region. So we have the median prices which are available in a certain region. If there are no prices in the database of this material, in this case a customer or by his order designer is performing this monitoring. Cost of using road machines and mechanisms is determined at the level of indicators available there, mediated indicators in all the countries. We take all the data from organizations who provide us this information, and thus we determine the medium price of machines and mechanisms determined at determining the price at the stage of design.
But there is a rule on that salary level for 3 to 8 grades should be not lower than the salary average monthly indicated by the statistics multiplied by the forecasted consumer prices index. It can be higher, but not less than that statistical figure multiplied per price index. I told you about general administrative expenses and the estimate of income. There are some percentage from the amount of direct costs. This is a simplified mechanism to identify those costs. Price database is divided into four sections. Price materials, cost of operating machines and mechanisms, salary database, and the database for consolidated cost indicators. The method allows basically not only for the R&D to create this database of prices, anybody could do it using this method, but we have to read the method. There are some requirements for creation of such database. It has to obligatorily contain information on the algorithm of collection of information, sources of information based upon which it is prepared, and the procedure and format these data are submitted. There is possibility to also identify investors' cost estimate documentation through an enlarged indicators cost. We compared the comparative approach, its possibility to use its comparative approach. In which way? If there is some road in construction, we understand that we have to take analog, some similar facility, and fit it into the current price level. Thereby, using this comparative approach, we can see the orientative price for analog objects. There is a base database with detailed information on those facilities. There are requirements to those databases, and obviously what we already discussed. I show here the BOQ, how it is filled in, and I guess that the contractual price will be fixed, and using enlarged cost indicators, we believe that these changes during the martial law will simplify the system of pricing. Reports forms simplification, it will reduce it. And it will be a stimulus for the contractors to implement innovations. We believe it will increase competitiveness in the market. Also, the best world practices have been taken into account for this pricing system in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? Thank you. Nikolaevna. If there will be questions, I'll tell them to not waste time. Let us switch to the next presentation. I will do it. I want to welcome the participants who joined to us now. The new attendants. I would like to deliver to you on the innovations in the construction norms. You know that in every industry there are some pillars of construction norms with inclusion of all calculations and requirements to the final product, to the finished product. In our bridge building industry, main requirements to designing bridges. Ukraine is now actively moving towards Europe, having relevant contacts, and we have the Association of Bicyclists who are taking information on our construction norms we have been developed for the streets and for the main roads, main ways of public use, and also for the bridges. So we added here these provisions, taking into account the requirements, the desires and requirements to bicycle fit bridges. There will be a separate design, not to be entered into this DBA construction norm. You know that when there is a contract on 20 pages, the most interesting not that goes on those 20 pages, but something in small types at the end. Same goes about any law or regulation. The most interesting is written in the final provisions. Talking about construction norms, the most interesting is in the section, in the chapter of proposed changes. Why I tell about it? Because there is a rule that high level norms regulate provisions and requirements for lower level norms. And happens so, and unfortunately it's ongoing, and there's a civil construction, not road construction, and bridge construction, not always they do understand it. Once upon a time, there was insistent requirement in the DBN or construction norm 222 going about design documentation. There was a definition of overhaul, and it was contradicting the overhaul we had in our bridges and highways, motor roads. The change 2, which was enacted just recently, tells that for the motor roads, the definition of overhaul goes along according to industry norms. It allowed to more clearly formulate the requirements and terminology of what is the overhaul, what is the repair or reconstruction of a bridge. Also, as I already mentioned before, a large number of new terms were introduced into this edition, talking about bicycle tunnel, bicycle and pedestrian crossing or bridge, narrow bridge. What is a bicycle tunnel? So as a rule, all categories of traffic participants are being included here, and obviously the low mobile groups. The criteria of reliability have been incorporated, some calculations of reliability. Maybe you have in the automotive industry, you have also some stations and other facilities to foresee for them the consequences. There is some misunderstanding in the road construction. For you to understand, for example, ground pedestrian crossings long over 40 meters are referred to SS3 class of consequences. Same way, the motorway bridges on state roads are referred to this class. Let's take the nuclear power plant and the very narrow bridge which has now been constructed on N331 road. They belong to SS3 grade of consequences. And what is the paradox? So this facility, would it be SS3 or SS2? It depends upon how calculate, because there are some calculations. And this detail provokes big resonance and discussions between the Ministry of Regions and us. Now it is one and the same ministry, but I believe that discussions will not be ended due to this. Why is it so? Because when we use SS3 as construction norms, V1-214, the system for provision of reliability and security being higher than our construction requires same DSTU, which is obligatory because it has reference to definition of determination of construction. They provide in SS3 125 ratio of responsibility instead of 1/5 we had. What does it mean? Just in 2 words, we have Southern River. Let's take one pillar to calculate the relevant foundation. As a result, if we have 1.5 and all the country was calculating it before, and everything works well, obviously, if the carrying capacity is in line with the vehicles moving on them, we have 39 millions. If you have responsibility coefficient 1.25, here the cost of one pillar increases by 4.5 million just in one pillar. Can you imagine these huge expenses without any justified and calculated reliability? Another change to this construction norms appeared, which basically tells could be taken into account the local industry peculiarities, and we hope to eliminate it. And will be allowed to bring the bridges to SS2 category to reduce it for extra grade bridges down to 1:1, and as a result of certain manipulations we shall achieve higher than European grade, but less or more understandable in Ukraine, not only in Ukraine, meaning there will be some adequate calculations. Obviously, great attention was paid to the requirements to calculations, especially for extra grade bridges, outer grade bridges, special license complexes for inspection and check of endurability and reliability of the bridges and the elements thereof. We do live in big cities, and we understand that bridge facilities have to stay there for 100 years. Not always are they, not always can we foresee what traffic and loads will be there in the perspective. So it is prescribed that you have to take into account not only the existing and prospective intensity and state of affairs, but also take into account the general urban development plans, territorial communities, etc. Significant attention is paid to low mobile populations. You can observe there is a pedestrian path. When it comes to bridge, there is no path on the bridge, and there are some inconvenient chair or scales, and for a mother with a child carriage, it is very difficult to cross such a bridge. So it is not correct. So we prescribe for some devices to provide for uninterrupted and smooth mobility for all categories of population. New provisions regarding the bicycle structure were added. It is regulated because the resonance term was missed, especially from the point of view of pedestrian bridges. Attention was paid to and regulated also the requirements for the size of the coating used for traffic part. Why so? Because high quality isolation materials and asphalt concrete coating, but the non-adequate granularity of the material ended in that those stones were damaging the upper coat, and having high quality materials on the top, we have got overall low quality result. This non-fair situation was removed. The same goes about the road coating on the steel orthotrope plates, and we tried to eliminate those details by changing some requirements in the construction road construction norms towards concerning those parameters. To design pedestrian and bicycle and pedestrian bridges and tunnels, we developed many new provisions not existing before. More attention has been paid to safety and security in such a dark time and weather when it's raining. We have to make safe the movement of the transport over the bridge, which is to provide damping system on the barrier facilities, so life-saving for traffic participants, and to provide, which was not also prescribed earlier, that the pedestrian tunnels need day and night lights and some other things are provided. We took into account all those specifics. There are still very many changes. If you are interested to know about all of them, you may go and read this norms draft in our website or in the site of the Ministry of Regions, and you can provide your comments and observations. That is all briefly. Thank you, colleagues. I wait for questions from you. Please put them in chat. And now I see no raised hands. Let us move on, because the time frame is very rigid. And the next presentation to continue topic of innovations and in the main construction norms as a whole for the country, there will be new provisions for designing the streets. Mr. Zvolensky Volodymyr will deliver on it. Head of the Department for Roadworks. Please, Volodymyr Anatolyevich.
Good day, everyone. I understand this presentation well. Yes, visible well. You're welcome. We don't keep you hanging. What I would like to say is to restore and rebuild any local road. We definitely need to develop design documentation with the most optimum solutions. So now there's also a special occasion within this conference to demonstrate the result of our fruitful activity in developing changes to state construction norms relating to designing streets. Everyone knows that the foundation document regulating requirements to design streets is state construction norms, roads and streets of populated areas. This document introduces general technical requirements to design and to build streets in populated areas. These norms are not encompassing general use roads or technological roads or roads in private territories. In their content, they establish requirements to elements in streets, transport crossings, road cover, road clothes, water sanitation, light in the streets, green vegetables in the streets, and nuances in organizing construction. Not so long ago, in 2018, these construction norms have been reissued, but the time moves fast. The current situation in the streets in populated areas also every day changes, and it promotes us to constantly improve state construction norms and to improve real intensity of road traffic on the roads, requirements, burden on the road clothes that grow, always also contemporary conditions on safety and environmental protection. The respective changes and additions are developed, which have become valid in official publication from the 1st of September this year, aiming at opening the essence of those changes set in this document. Their efficiency and purposefulness, I would like to note the principle of them. First of all, changes to the BN was updated, referring to valid documents that become mandatory to use while designing streets. This document provides a clear um, explanation to some notes and terms like pedestrian area of the street, repair of street, reconstruction of street, central division line, cobblestone, local traffic, which should in turn eliminate questions from designers and customers. One of the most important changes in the indicated construction norms is, of course, introducing new classification of streets categories, somewhat borrowed in construction norms to plan and build the areas. By the way, I want to say that when they were reconsidered, when they are reconsidered, this classification of streets is going to be used, taking into account some nuances and scope of reference. New classification enabled providing clear hierarchy of streets by their purpose and to optimize indicators of principal elements and their parameters, and combining thus roads for urban and country populated areas in accordance with new classification parameters of calculated speeds are optimized width of lanes by possible speed and minimal width of pedestrian area of the street. Also possibility is taken into account to deviate from parameters of main street elements, taking into account to concise existing conditions of the streets or existing buildings. Also, based on new classification, clarified and amended calculation to design roads. I would like to draw attention that while designing road clothes of fire passages, especially in high-rise urban areas, there is a need to take into account the weight of fire engines, retractable stairs and other machinery, taking into account certain weight, general weight not less than 53 tons, also taking into account pressure from outriggers of the stabilization supports, certain pressure on the square meter of the surface. In terms of road cover, it should comply with requirements of ergonomy and stability to ensure automation of construction and to be process efficient. The materials of cover should be approved based on transport use conditions and category of the street being designed, taking into account intensity of traffic, traffic flow, climate, and soil hydrology conditions, and even sanitary hygienic conditions. Also, area supplied with the construction materials. Understanding all of that for the designers to realize what is available, what can be used to build a coating, um, different types of materials are established while developing changes to the BN V.2.3.5, taking into account many questions from activists who care and other organizations. a lot of work have been done in terms of organizing bicycle infrastructure. However, the main change is making it mandatory to use while designing streets the respective national standard that sets requirements to designing and building parameters aiming at creating safe and comfortable conditions of movement for bicycles, like cities Kiev, Odessa, Lviv, possible to see, possible to note a positive practice in ensuring the proper conditions where bicyclists may feel equal participants of traffic. However, activity is still a lot to fulfill. Also, streets used by people with disability and other low mobile groups of population. Matter of inclusivity in this document also is very much paid attention to. For instance, the requirement is foreseen that will promote bigger safety of the pedestrian crossing of roads. It is determined that the pedestrian crossings are to be set before start of turn at the crossing. It will enable a safer turn at the crossroads, enabling timely visualization of the pedestrian who is to cross and to respond uh, in due manner. This decision was made taking into account many requests from people with disability for whom safe and convenient way to cross road is crossing road at 90-degree angle. Requirements to tram stops, which is also one of the elements in populated areas, streets, are standalone, referring to respective construction norms, saying that the height of the boarding platform should be the height of the first car, enabling safe boarding and unboarding of passengers, especially low mobile passengers, aiming at ensuring proper arrival of passenger transport close to the area of boarding, onboarding of passengers, especially people with shortcomings, disabilities. It is possible to employ special boards bent toward the necessary part of the lane. Equipment in places of exiting to the pedestrian crossing for people with eyesight problems or other low mobile citizens, enabling to use transport infrastructure properly. DBN determines clear zoning of walking area where the pedestrian zone is clearly marked as the area of the walking street, making it safe to cross for the people with disabilities or other low mobile groups of population or people moving in not motorized vehicles. Also at the pedestrian area of street, there is a clear prohibition to have any obstacles that may complicate free movement of pedestrians. Before the change one became valid, construction norms have foreseen the mandatory measures to, so to say, defend passengers from road transport getting onto passengers at the stops. So between the lane and the walker area, metal pillars had to be established. However, this decision was made without um, due logic in our view, because it was limiting passengers to board on board, making it especially difficult for people with impaired eyesight or other low mobility groups of population. Uh, Beside that, just take into attention no real possibility to withhold having those pillars on sides of the roads. So a decision was made to cancel this pillars at the route transport stops. Stop of route transport on the right side lane often leads to general blockage of the traffic, as you see on this picture. Uh, uh, Due to this, now entry pockets at the public transport stops is the dominant standard. Uh, there are cases when the standalone lane is provided for this kind of transport in populated areas. The situation now is that attaching fences, disabling passengers to cross the road in the improper places, different low profile fences are used, which in majority are incompliant to the standardized documents. Mostly it leads to less visibility on crossings or at pedestrian uh, crossings or to unauthorized crossing of passengers. Uh, the road traffic area. To avoid this, the respective national standard was used, regulating parameters of fencing by their groups. One of the most important transport exploitation indicators of streets and roads is how even the road coating is, which is important to understand. The comfort of traffic also impacts velocity and safety of moving in certain area. So the quality level should be uh, in compliant with IRI proper level, or having enough time between the bottom of the vehicle and the coating, making it safe and comfortable to use the roads in populated areas. So taking into account world and domestic experience, changes to state construction norms have established the most optimum at this point of time. Main requirements regulated the principles of designing and construction for quality and comfortable roads to use by different kinds of population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Так, Володимир Іванович, ви на місці?
Okay, Volodymyr Ivановich, are you in place?
Я тоді допоможу Володимиру
Then
Івановичу.
I'll help
Шановні
Volodymyr Ivanovich. Dear colleagues.
Все, будь ласка.
Okay, please.
Алло?
Володимир Іванович, будь ласка, беріть на себе.
Okay. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to the speaker? I do not see. Good morning, Anatoly Tsinka. I am the first deputy of the Dorndy. Due to that, Volodymyr Ivanovich was urgently called to the ministry. I shall do its part. Sorry for the delay. Colleagues, will there be any questions to Volodymyr? No questions? Then we can switch to the material sciences topic, and the next presentation will be dedicated to the evolution of thermal stresses in cement concrete on the wall of a capillary, partially or completely filled with water along temperature drop. The floor is given to the teacher of high mass chair, descent of National Transport University, Shlyun Nataliya. Nataliya, please, you have the floor. Good morning, dear colleagues. Let me introduce to you the presentation on the topic evolution of thermal stresses in the cement concrete on the wall of a capillary, partially or completely filled with water, along as the temperature drops. It's obvious that during military aggression of Russia, a significant number of roads and bridges are damaged. So in the eventual post-war reconstruction of our road infrastructure, we have to take into account all possible thermomechanical properties of the coatings we'll use for this recovery, and also the temperature regimes in our country. One of the main reasons of degradation of cement concrete in areas with large daily and seasonal temperature changes is its thermomechanical interaction with water that saturates its pores and capillaries. At the same time, damage to the concrete material is realized in the form of cracks appearing under the impact of contact forces acting on it as a result of thermal change in the volume of water during the stages of cooling prior to its freezing and its subsequent transformation into ice. The specificity of thermomechanical deformation of the system at the first stage is related to the fact that water is an incompressible liquid, and its coefficient of linear thermal expansion in the temperature range 15 to 0 degrees Celsius is a variable that acquires positive and negative values, and such as becomes 0 at the temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. Due to this, the purpose of this work is to mathematically model the evolution of thermal stresses in the wall of a capillary filled with water at the stage of its pre-freezing. The problem of modeling the thermostatic stress state of cement concrete one with a cylindrical capillarity would be formulated on the assumption that the capillary is totally filled with water, and in the initial state, the cement concrete is so pre-stressed around the capillary by compressive forces that with a possible thermal reduction of the volume of water that's being cooled, a removal of initial strains and stresses in the system happens, and the capillary at the same time continues to remain totally filled with water. Thermomechanical characteristics of cement concrete are determined by its elasticity modulus U1, Poisson's ratio nu1, and coefficient of linear thermal expansion A1. Alpha 1. Water is considered a volumetrically incompressible medium with a ratio of linear temperature expansion alpha to T depending on its temperature T. Let's consider a case when the temperature of the system is changing in a stationary way by delta T value we use for this cylindrical coordinate system. We assume that the radius of the cylindrical capillary 2 is equal to R 1 value, the dimensions of the medium 1, meaning the cement concrete, are unlimited in all directions. However, when formulating the solving equations, we'll consider that this medium is limited in radial direction by a cylindrical surface r equal to r2, the radius r2 of which goes to infinity. Let the temperature of medium 1 and water 2 change by delta T value. It corresponds to increases in radial and circular thermal stresses, the delta sigma 1 and delta sigma theta 1 in medium 1, which have axial symmetry. Then the set equilibrium equation 1 would be to describe this balance. But in the analysis, it would be more convenient to express it in terms of increments of delta U1 of radial moments, and by a number of transformations, we can find its size in a closed system to 3. Here the constant C1 and C2 are derived from the appropriate boundary conditions formulated taking into account the fact that water is an incompressible liquid and has a coefficient of linear temperature expansion depending on the temperature T. At the same time, elasticity model E1, Poisson's ratio nu1, and linear thermal expansion ratio alpha 1 of cement concrete at the temperature range selected doesn't depend on this temperature and makes values shown at the bottom of the slide, meaning E1 is 15.1 megapascal to 1.7, and alpha is the relevant number multiplied by 10 to minus fifth degree. Having all these values, we can calculate the values of displacement and thermal stresses in the environment of cement concrete using formulas 4 and 5. These formulas allow us to conclude that if alpha 1 is equal to alpha 2, the elastic medium 1 and water 2 are thermomechanically compatible with the increments of thermal deformations of medium 1 are the same in all directions and are equal to alpha 1 multiplied by delta T. With that, all thermal stresses are equal to 0. But however, if alpha 1 is not equal to alpha 2, then the additional increments of thermal deformations delta epsilon 1 r and delta epsilon theta 1 r are same in modules but have opposite signs. And the increments of stress delta sigma 1 and delta sigma theta 1 are having same properties. This means that with any signs of difference and growth, one of these increments is compressing and the other one is stretching. Therefore, for fragile materials, including cement concrete, which are poorly resistant to tensile stress, these stresses will be realized with any signs of these values. Moreover, they decrease inversely proportional to the square of the radial coordinate, and the damage caused by these thermal stresses are local in nature. Also, analysis was made of thermal stress of cement concrete with capillary when temperature changes from plus 15 to 0 with 1 degree steps. Table 1 shows the results of these studies. You can see that they are correlating with the value of strength threshold of concrete cement, and also when the temperature makes 4 degrees approximately. It's interesting to see the rearrangement of thermal stresses fields. This work allows to conclude the following. Summing up all the above said, the task of theoretical modeling of the effect of nucleation of thermal stresses in a cement concrete material with a capillary field with water when the temperature drops from 15 to 0 degrees Celsius was executed. A system of differential equations was formulated for the case of gradual drop in the temperature stresses, and its evolution was built up, showing that the thermal stresses generated in cement concrete are local in nature, concentrated in the small wall of the capillary, and are largely determined by the incompressibility properties of water and depending on its coefficient of thermal expansion on temperature. At the same time, the values of these thermal stresses are commensurate with the strength limit of cement concrete. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you from us to you also for wonderful presentation, also for saving time. What questions do we have to presenter, please? Victor, can you notify your technical service so that my Zoom is not disconnected? I notified that I'm going to moderate road part, but as soon as I turn the mic, I'm disconnected. Who are you seeing it too? This is Nataliya Yashchenko. I understand. Who do you want to tell this to? So that you notify technical service so they do not disconnect me all the time. Do not disconnect. Okay, I couldn't get connected. Colleagues, which are the questions to present? We see that questions are at a rather scientific high level, and you see conditions, our constructions are used in other questions. No questions. Thank you, Natalia. I wish you success in your continuation of work. We go to next presenter, and Kopynets will tell us about establishing national requirements to the asphalt concrete mixtures in accordance to harmonized European standards. Please. Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you for sound. My presentation will be devoted to establishing national requirements to asphalt concrete mixtures based on DSTU 8-1. This DSTU was adopted by harmonizing respective European standard back in 2018. Today, there is no practical use. Main reason is that this standard establishes, so to say, framework requirements to asphalt concrete mixtures as combines harmonized indicators according to all the EU member states. Uh, Respectively, Ukraine is to develop national standard that will establish our requirements based on climate and use conditions. Um, so main thing impacting asphalt concrete mixes is the content. Harmonized European standards sets a grain composition based on used sieves and sets of sieves based on adopted in European Union. There is basic set of sieves and two additional sets of sieves. It is related to practice of using asphalt concrete mixes in a number of European countries being different. Some, for instance, Germany uses sieves, basic, and from first set, France, England uses sieves from the basic set and set number 2. So the requirements are duly established. Upper table, you may see requirements based on basic and first set, lower basic set and second set. The closer to us in Ukraine is using first variant as possible to use existing requirements by making the orifice sizes. Now we use round orifices. EU uses square orifices. We may move our sieves to square, multiplying by 0.8. That will simplify um, requirements for the asphalt concrete mixes. This schedule shows grain composition requirements of asphalt concrete mix with the biggest nominal grain size 16 millimeters by European standard, shown in red. You see that grain composition range is pretty broad. So comparison of grain composition European standard was performed with grain composition used in Ukraine. And you see on this schedule the way grain composition of asphalt concrete mix type A complies to DSTU 18. You see grain composition complies to European standard and practically in the middle of European requirements. What makes our composition of asphalt concrete mixes different is um, small stone content type A, type B with less small stones, and third type, the least type A 45-55%, B 35-45, C 25 to 35%. Second schedule shows that using asphalt concrete mix, comparing requirements of asphalt concrete requirements with European requirements, we approach the upper threshold of minimum small stone content. So in case of asphalt concrete mix of B type, we have excursion outside the state requirements. It means that in European Union, asphalt concrete mixes with low small stone content are not used, with the biggest nominal grain size of filler in asphalt concrete mixture up to 16 millimeters. If we compare next requirements, we may see that in case of asphalt concrete mixes with biggest nominal grain size 8 millimeters, type C may be also applied. Based on that, based on more comprehensive analysis that I have the possibility to tell now, the national requirements to the green composition of asphalt concrete mixes were set based on area of application. We have three composition of asphalt concrete mixtures using in upper layer of road coating with the biggest nominal grain size 32 millimeters, 22 millimeters, and 16 millimeters. All those mixes fit within compositions regulated by European standard. Also, the requirements have been set to minimum content of viscous, enabling us to necessarily fill pores between grains and filler in compacting great asphalt mix, concrete mixes. So the requirements to the adhering layer were established layer unifying upper coating with the road cover layer, mainly used at higher intensity roads. Those might be first or second category roads with higher intensity of heavy vehicles. So the requirements are set for grain composition based on biggest nominal grain size 22, 16, and 11 millimeters, and Third, compositions are asphalt concrete mixes for the road cover coating, also depending on biggest nominal grain size. So duly, the use will depend on using those asphalt concrete mixes with bigger grains are more used in higher categories, in lower categories, local roads, also including pedestrian and bicycle lanes. The asphalt concrete may be used with the minimum grain size. Also, it was important to classify asphalt concrete mixtures if it is pretty complicated in Ukraine now with the signs of classification as the biggest nominal size of filler, remaining filling rate, porosity, the quality of used materials. Here we have simplified significantly both a classification that enables to use more productively asphalt concrete mixes as main classification depends on purpose of asphalt or asphalt concrete mix. So by classification, asphalt concrete mixes for upper layer, for adjoining layer, and for road layer. So to bring the joining layer to European standards, the English language name is indicated at a slide. Also, European standard does not establish requirements to the ingredients of asphalt concrete mixes. There are general, so to say, phrases in terms of a bigger filler, that the bigger filler is to comply with requirements EN 1343. If you look at EN 1343, requirements, they're pretty broad. For instance, only if we take the category by maximum value rate form 15, 20, 25. So the flat and other forms possible to use. The amount to use is what European standard does not mention. Based on experience of analyzing the requirements of European countries, national requirements in European countries, the requirements were set for a bigger filler indicators based on area of using. So requirements for bigger filler, also for tiny filler, also filler being a powder in our realities. The more difficulty is in using bitumen within asphalt concrete mix. So this matter is to be drawn more attention to. At the final stage, the requirements were set, the physical mechanical parameters of asphalt concrete, also based on use asphalt concrete. If porous content is around 5%, necessary to prevent water getting inside. And in this relation, asphalt concrete porosity changes from its location in road coating layer. The slide shows the requirement to porosity of asphalt concrete of higher layer of road coating, pretty high values, 5 to 10%, that enables us both to make a stability of asphalt concrete to plastic deformation and also to drop its cost, because porosity of asphalt concrete is achieved by dropping contact of bitumen. Requirements, if bigger to porosity, bitumen contact has to be higher. That might lead to making asphalt concrete mix more expensive. Also, requirements are set for the asphalt concrete indicators required by European standards, but not practically used in Ukraine. They will be established in our national requirements as unstandardized, but to be defined later. After collecting data and analyzing data, we will be able to establish requirements to those indicators. So respect requirements to combining layer. There is some classification based on the grain size. Also, indicator is introduced to determine line stability. Also, requirements to the asphalt concretes of road coating. Here we were coming from situation when porosity is less than 2%, asphalt concrete loses resilience to load. So the lane starts to form waves. The lower threshold, 0.2%, is set. So asphalt concrete mix 0.4 millimeters, which use is standardized at low category roads, as I mentioned, pedestrian or bicycle roads having no substantial burden. The porosity was made smaller to ensure the bigger durability in terms of atmosphere environment. That's it on my part. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Ivan. Colleagues, do you have questions? So then in the discussion panel, probably we will have questions. Thank you, Ivan. And we go to that the presentation. We return to bridge topic to analytic expert system of managing bridges. Larysa Bodnar is going to present, head of the Department of Transport Construction, DSTU.
Good morning, colleagues. I propose for your attention the topicality of analytical expert system of management bridges under wartime. Can you see and hear me? Yeah, everything we can hear and see. I cannot switch the slides. I would like a little bit immerse in the history of I assume software development. Start of development is in 2000 or upon the order of Ukravtodor by initiative group of DSTU and experts professor from the National Transport University. It was the beginning of development of this software. Said. Already in 2006, this ISUM software entered into operation. You see, this is a long history of development, and we are quickly developing the software, and we have certain achievement. So in 2016, we can see the stable development of this software, because exactly this year, a stable yearly cooperation with all services of motor roads in Oblast was achieved. From that time, every year we conclude contracts and we cooperate fruitfully so that the ISUM database was updated topical every day and would serve for the benefit of everybody involved in the operation of the bridges. I want to underline that even now in wartime, as we understand, the bridges are strategic structures and great attention is paid to them. So even in these difficult times, our work is topical, it's been financed, and we are useful. What was the purpose of ISUM from the very beginning? It consisted in the realization of an efficient operations strategy of bridges and crossing in the motor roads, to plan finances for maintenance of those bridges. Some function could be divided on information and analytical. Information means collection of monitoring information, examination information for the bridges, general information on the bridge and the main elements, collection of defects on a facility, on the repairs conducted, and the expert analytics consist in the possibility to prioritize and plan financial items of bridges regarding examinations, repairs, so that the residual resource of the elements of bridge could be identified, analyze the compliance of bridges characteristics to the normative requirements, etc. What exactly do we collect as information? We shall have another presentation connected with bridges after my presentation. So I will draw your attention to the following. We collect 150 approximately technical indicators for each building of a general nature, and also we prepare for each group of elements of bridges. We collect information on the defects, and then during examination and based upon field works, we create on some drawings for normative forms of the specification. Photo catalog is prepared, and it is the information contained in our database of ASUM. The need for examination is being planned and is variable depending upon the material the bridge was made of and its age. The older bridge, the more frequently it should be examined. And accordingly, we can calculate using analytical database we have on that every year over 2,000 bridges have to be examined in the state roads only. Taking information from the actual examinations conducted of the bridge, we can see that unfortunately we do not achieve the indicators which should be there. And that's why we make up examination plans and prioritize what bridges should be examined first of all, having urgent problems. What was made this year? Due to that we have many destroyed bridges, logically would be collect information exactly on those destroyed bridges, and it was realized within the frameworks of our software, meaning we collect information on the destroyed bridges. Unfortunately, we can see that by now, according to information of ISUM, 150 bridges on state roads have been destroyed. 110 bridges on local roads have been destroyed. In ISUM database, we do not enter information on city bridges, municipal railway bridges, etc. Only those existing on public roads. So the criteria we use for plans of examination, one of the priority one are the bridges destroyed and damaged during the fighting. They should be paid primary attention in the survey and examination. Obviously, it's connected with certain danger, but upon preliminary agreement with road services, special preparation has been made after our experts and specialists go out in the fields and conduct the necessary actions for the survey of examination. As of today, the status of the bridges is as the following. 75% of state road bridges have been already given specifications, and this information is available in ISO database. On It's much worse the situation with information on local road bridges. Could be said altogether about 6,000 bridges were inventorized, and we have relevant information with the drawings in the catalog, and all the information from the examination is contained in our database for those bridges and crossings. It allows us to extract information featuring different criteria, not from the books, from the old books, but exactly from what happens today, because the bridges is a live system. Every day something happens, ownership changes, belongingness of the bridges, installation of pipes on the bridge. So for your information, we have such a database containing true and topical information, up-to-date one. And thanks to this, we can provide such analytical information split per whatever indicators, distribution by administrative values. You can see, and here I want to say that the information was made for 16,149 bridges. Also, not after the data examination, but at least after a brief survey with basic technical parameters, we can distribute bridges by materials, by type of structure. We can analyze compliance of bridges elements to norms. I'll remind you that according to the normative documentation, we have 5 operation conditions for the bridges, from 1 to 5. 5 is the worst one, not operatable. And this slide shows the amount of fifth category bridges increasing rapidly. 33% of all the bridges belong to the worst conditions, number 4 and 5. That was brought from examinations obtained in different years. For example, it was identified a bridge to belong to the fifth condition, to the fourth condition, and regular examination was not conducted for it. Eventually, it now belongs to fifth category. Probabilistic models of forecasting the operability of bridges were developed according to those probabilistic models, and the description is contained in the regular documentation. The percentage of worst state bridges is near 80% according to fuzzy probabilistic models, not the 33 according to obtained information. Also, we record and register information for the works on maintenance of bridges and all the types of repairs, and we can conduct a detailed economic analysis. We calculate the relevant value of the bridges could be used in the further activity. Thanks to that, we gather information on the damaged bridges. We now offer or propose the updated information on the condition of the bridges, and it's sufficient to have information on the rating of the bridge and category of the road. First of all, we paid attention to the repair of bridges found on higher categories, at the same time being in worse condition. But the priority attention is paid obviously to the damaged, and to the destroyed bridges in the deoccupied territories where they could already be to be recovered. And I want to wrap up with that the preparation of managerial decisions should be based upon reliable and detailed data and information. That's what exactly we are supplying thanks to our system. And this process is on a modern level. Also want to say that thanks to the system, thanks to the people who even in this difficult time are maintaining it, we can be useful in providing information to our military and also to such organizations as World Bank, which currently is already working on helping Ukraine and make certain steps to recover the infrastructure as soon as better times come for that purpose. And also we do inform the specialist from presidential office, etc. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Larysa. Will be there any questions? If there are no questions, then we shall switch to the next speaker. Larysa already mentioned it because I assume is made upon the data of special examinations. Exactly those works are described moreover for the destroyed and damaged bridges by explosion. Serhiy Zavgorodniy, head of department for technical condition identification, will tell.
I am Zavgorodniy Serhiy, work in Department of Determining Technical Condition of Structures. I wanted to present today the topic of studying and scientific technical support of studying the road structures, informing the state of play on roads. As we know, in full-scale attack from Russia, the constant destruction and damage of transport structures on road takes place, and a number of damaged or destroyed bridges are over 400 now. We need to note that there are more and more, and this process will continue till the very victory. In terms of start of activities to restore damaged or destroyed bridges, the first stage to restore is performing studies that provide information and further recommendations to design and to perform construction works. If we divide conventionally destruction as prepared blowing, destruction by artillery or aviation, hits destroying bridges in close battle, and destroying bridges from heavy hardware, military hardware. From the start of martial law, government introduced some changes to perform research of the objects in use and procedure of urgent activities to study areas and buildings affected by hostilities or terrorist attacks. This document, in terms of urgent activities, is aimed at balance holders, determining algorithm of activities, defining operative response of balance holders in terms of damaged structures. The primary actions defining general requirements to organization of technical studies, setting conditions to study and restore damaged technical objects. In terms of changes to studies procedure, Cabinet of Minister a decree introduced changes that entail additional list of specialists, certified specialists who beside expert study may study structures and premises, certified design engineers, build engineers, and design consultant. So this change enables a wider range of specialists to perform activities to study, and in order not to uh, postpone studying those structures, possibly. In terms of methodology of studying structures, it has ranging of damage and structures, so approximate activities and measures to restore. If damage is up to 40%, if up to 20, current repair is recommended to calculate 20 to 40 current overhaul, if 40 to 80% overhaul or reconstruction regulated. If a structure destroyed over 80%, here we need to consider option on reconstruction or new construction. So this methodology establishes some requirements to formalize reporting documents, to evaluate technical condition of structures and objects formalization in construction procedure. We need to take into account safety and security, because studies of such damaged objects in the liberated territories or working within damaged objects requires proper organization. Deminding DSNS sappers to look first if this site is a possible hazard or not. In terms of raging damage, the bridge building area has methodological recommendation valid to determine nomenclature, which also foresees scenario of damage in strategic objects, strategic sites on roads, and arranging was introduced. Low destruction up to 30%, average 50%, and strong ruination 100%, requiring overhaul or new construction. In terms of activities to study object, we may conventionally split the activities to study into field and in-house, forming technical report. First stage is combined of four main kinds of activities: preview of the object, familiarizing with technical documentation, also search of technical documentation, which often may not be available, or some activities need to be implemented to search for it. Visual studies or instrumental research of the structure, determining mechanical characteristics of materials and elements of structure, and geodesic techniques of the object that might be damaged. In terms of report for bridges, 6 main subdivisions we have here: general information about structure description, results of studies, results of instrument measurements, analyzing the studies result, containing calculation of cargo capacity, determining technical exploitation condition and all the elements and structure in general, and forecasting remaining resource based on remaining elements. If you look at damaged or partly destroyed structures, also definite is document and map of defects, because studying object that suffered damage or ruination should be classified in accordance of DBN as a special studies. So big attention is paid to documents of defects and maps of defects with clear description of places and amounts and sizes of damages. Conclusions, where expert provides recommendations to renew structures, defines primary activities if necessary, and forecasts orientative costs to restore object in order to use in normal conditions. So as a result of studies, this year at the destroyed and partly destroyed structures, we came to 3 or 4 main types of recommendations on structures. When bridges that are designed for burdened N10, NG30, N13, and NG60, and that were built before 1962, before N30 burden was introduced. First of all, it is recommended to consider reconstruction with strengthening supports and exchanging understructures to support current norms. Also at international and national road of first and second categories that were designed for N10, N13, and N30, also recommended to have a complete exchange of into new structures with a burden NK100 in terms of new bridges built before 1968, before the temporary requirements of temporary burden A11 NK870. If the structure is built before 1986, damaged or destroyed for more than 50-60%, it is recommended to also have complete substitution into new structures if the necessity is to strengthen according to new norms. Also important point is when the damage of bridge takes place, and it is definitely necessary to do the overhaul. We need to draw attention when the last repair was done, when the road coating was changed, asphalt concrete, heighter insulation, deformation seams, because the time of use is 20 years, some 15. So we need to consider if the repair was done over 15, 20 years ago. So the guaranteed area is approaching to the end. At the intact part of the bridge, we need to change completely the coating. For instance, not to return to partial renovation in 5-6 years. In terms of studying main elements of the bridge, long elements, we need to study general elements if the assembly was correct, to determine movements of joint places, finding cracks or deformations. Pictures show some typical damages from different types of mining. In terms of supports, also important activities are necessary based on scope of damage, also important determining and classifying cracks, determining mechanical characteristics of the materials that the supports are made of. In terms of foundation, we may say that foundations are the most complicated stage of studies, because very difficult to determine the conditions when people come to study, and usually parts of a destroyed or damaged bridge are just there, and in majority cases no access to foundation, and often they have to go additionally to study foundation within the scientific technical assistance, or implement additional studies if foreseen by contract with a contractor, changing within construction activities later what is necessary. Also, we need to study properly cracks to record deformations and some elements moving improperly at joints or studying properties of elements partly damaged or intact. Also, it is necessary to note that studying destroyed bridges is a very important and responsible stage and process of renovation. That quality of design decisions depends on economy and construction, so they require professional and responsible approach, both from executives and balance holders who are well prepared to this process. So at the end, I would like to say about scientific technical support in course of rebuilding bridges. In this case, it is extremely necessary because all those cases to rebuild the damaged bridges are absolutely untypical. We see many issues that even very often unregulated in our norms. So we need to elaborate some ways out of situation, not to make requirements less and to rebuild structures to the maximum. Thank you for your attention. That's it on my part. Thank you, Serhiy. Colleagues, do we have questions? No questions. Okay, I would like to wish more work to Serhiy, but not at the objects which are damaged by explosions. Definitely, the scope is pretty big, requiring studies. It's better to study to provide objective information on structures which are used under the peaceful skies of Ukraine, then it will be better. Next presenter, Nagrebelna Lyudmyla, Director of Center Road Safety, DSTU will speak about roads playing important role in improving safety of traffic. Please, Lyudmyla, the floor is yours. Hello, good day, colleagues. Let me start. Do you see? Yeah? Yes, everything is well seen. Hello, dear colleagues. I welcome all of you at our International Scientific Practical Conference. Unfortunately, we are in dire straits, but we continue working to improve and accelerate our victory. I want to note that road safety is priority of our country, our institute, our center of road safety. Within last 10 years, the world sees accelerated rate of vehicles and intensity of traffic growing, leading to more road accidents. Every day, road accidents account for 84 people injured, 21 pedestrians, 9 people die, 3 pedestrians. Unfortunately, every third dead is young person up to 29. So labor age. Many children die every day. 12 road accidents happen with the children on roads of Ukraine. I also want to note, but there is a number of design solutions implemented on roads of our country that definitely impact improving safety of traffic. The road hills, aisles of safety, some sounds, signals, crossing engineered, designed properly. We establish new road signs in order to improve road safety, so drivers will see better, will read better, to get oriented better. So I would like to note that there are standardization documents mandatory to use, and those which are recommendation in nature. Our specialists developed and continue developing a number of standardization documents where we implement the best world experience. You see the normative documents necessary for use in accordance to law of Ukraine. National standardization body issues, disseminates and abolishes the standardization document. The most important are which are in higher level documents, and the rest recommendation, not mandatory to use, to check if mandatory possible on national standardization website in terms of adding and developing standardization document. Our specialists added normative documents, road markup with new types of road markup. Maybe you've seen it already, and if you haven't, soon I think all these marks will be used and applied to our roads in Ukraine. For instance, interesting, coming closer to pedestrian crossing, approaching ring transport connection, uh, prohibition to enter the crossroads, also movement of bicycles so with other vehicles together, and you see markup place to charge electric cars. Yesterday conference mentioned a lot about electric cars, and I will show you this markup that is developed and is going to be applied if not applied yet. Also new road signs were added. There's still 4100 diagonal road crossing to cross the roads fast for the pedestrians. And in terms of new road signs, if you have noticed, all the road signs, the letters were all big. Now we write first letter big, other small letters. We studied a lot and introduced best international experience and came to conclude that we need to change the way it is written on road signs in our standards in order to improve better visibility from drivers. Also, we added Dnipro River. You see waves are added. That what we did not have before. Now we will. You see center. It will be a pictogram and the safety aisle. You have seen those aisles already. Upon entry to the populated area, we will necessarily need to establish such table to notify driver on approaching this safety aisle. This safety aisle will be equipped with all the necessary road signs to safer move, and also light will be added, and the tables will be added to road signs to notify bicycle structure. According to World Bank specialists, dead and injured people on roads account to 4.5 billion of USD in terms of money. Ukraine is 5-6 times higher in terms of road accident rate, so we need to improve our safety in terms of improving safety, to having less road accidents, to keep lives and money. Changes are made in laws of Ukraine, and May 16, 2020, this law took force. This law implements the provisions of Directive 96 on managing the road infrastructure safety. In accordance to this law, the changes have been introduced to Ukraine on traffic and law of Ukraine on roads, and the audit and verification of road safety was introduced. What is audit of road safety? Is independent, systemic, technical, and detailed evaluation, impact of design, solutions on safety. So we perform safety audit at design stage. So we consider design solutions and provide our recommendations, our notes to designer. Designer approves those or justifies and says that this is not expedient. Checking safety of roads is studying defects to find existing and potential hazards, avoiding road accidents, and providing recommendations to eliminate those. But this is not the state control measures. Checking safety of roads takes place at the stage of use when a road is in exploitation. You see here the way audit works and the way verification works. Audit takes place at stage of designing work, draft project, and within putting into operation. But within 1 year after putting into operation, verifying safety of roads takes place at exploitation stage. Uh, Despite how many years the road is used, safety audit at national and international roads, verification mandatory on general use roads performed once every 3 years. Customer audit, customer verification is local authority or authority balance keeper of some part of road. Audit may be performed only by auditor of road safety. Verification of roads may be done by auditor and engineer, which is performing the safety of roads. Most important is to have the confirming certificates. I would like to draw attention to certified auditors that we have that work in our institute. Thanks to those certified auditors and certified road safety engineers, we have performed around 15 audits of road safety. In order to receive a certificate to be a certified auditor, it is necessary, and I recommend you to go to personnel certification body that we have in our institute. He'll provide you all the necessary information on training and receiving certificate of auditor and engineer to check road safety. Our specialist went through qualification improvement course and received certificates. Audit, as I mentioned, takes place at the stage of design or year when road is put into operation, and the verification on stage of exploitation, in the leg of exploitation. Our specialists performed check after road was put into operation. R01, you see the section. What it means, our specialists went along all the section of the road. They have marked all the defects, all the shortcomings, and then provided recommendations. You see here recommendations of our specialists to improve this joint. I would like to draw attention to unsuccessful solutions that we may see in work of auditors or engineers of verification. You see road is through populated areas. You see the road signs should be in the populated areas and road markup and the pedestrian walk area. I'd like to draw attention to the walk area. You see at the first picture, we have a walking area, a bus stop. A person is leaving the bus stop area, is moving here, crossing the road, no road markup, and moves along this walk area along the road. I would like to draw attention when we move on along this walk area, we reach the point, for instance, a person needs to cross to the house, but can, but will put their lives in hazard. We have dangerous turn here, and they have to cross this road to run across because there is no walk area, not continued. The designers decided not to do this. We do not know why, but that's the way it is. Next, the same. We have the pedestrian crossing, only signs, no markup applied, and the walk area is discontinued. There is enough space, but it is not continued. You see this in winter time, such picture. The same area from another side, but you see that it becomes even more dangerous in winter. Next, you see also no good solutions. I would like to draw attention 2020, 2021, 2022 situation unchanged. No one is thinking about pedestrians, how they are to continue moving. If we mention the populated area, mother with the baby car may move and she'll just have to move along the traffic road. See here, not successful solution. No one took care of the walker bias. Again, nowhere to go in winter. We may call this small bridge or some tube out, but movement of bywalkers is not normalized and pedestrians move along the road lane. Little video for you to visualize this movement.
Я вибачаюся, не знаю, що сталося.
Excuse me, I do not know what happened.
Демонстрацію чомусь призупинили.
Demonstration was suspended somehow.
Да, зараз я запускаю, але не
Repeatedly.
розумію.
Yeah, it is launching. I do not understand why.
Видно, так?
Do you see? Yeah.
Не розгортається, на жаль. Є. Так, ну,
Doesn't
відео
expand. We have it.
Не знаю, це технічні неполадки, я не розумію, правда.
Please comment without the movie.
Хотіла показати, як
I
саме
just wanted to show here how exactly the pedestrian was moving,
дитина змушена рухатися
and a
по
child
дорозі.
has to go along the
Я дуже хотіла показати
traffic
рішення, які
lane,
зараз
along
бачите,
the road.
це зависло, підвисло, рішення, які
I wanted to show you the solution which would be necessary to provide for this fragment of the motor road. Unfortunately, the video is frozen, especially now during the war time. The light is disconnected all the time. We should foresee it ahead of time. It is not safely now to cross a road in the dark time, especially in the winter when this dark time is larger. So a special markup should be installed there and special indicators, which are very topical. I'll try to relaunch this video. And those should be recommendable and to install. But Lyudmyla, I believe it will not happen because not only bridges and roads have been destroyed in Ukraine, but also communication facilities. So I ask everybody, also the next presenters, to be careful about transferring the video because it requires a lot of resources to be streamed. Okay, I will not stream the video, I'll show the photos. This is a dark time when the light is disconnected and it's already 4 p.m. It is dark in the winter. If a person has a light in hand, it's good. Driver could notice him. This is a road crossing near the school. In this slide, you can see this is a road crossing, and it is not very much equipped. So the recommendation, near the schools, there should be raised pedestrian crowns, yellow traffic light, contrast light, and traffic alerts. This is one and the same situation in the dark time of day when people, teachers, children are crossing the way. The drivers couldn't see them. If you would have such lights embedded in the road, it would be very nice. They are well seen. You can see here the embedded lights, but it is shown how the video would show how they do work. They are very well seen in the dark time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this possibility. I wish everybody a peaceful sky over our head. I want to draw your attention to the last slide because children are our future, and we have to undertake maximum efforts to save life to all traffic and roadbed. He will talk about use of alternative materials during winter time. Tanya, you have the floor. Welcome, colleagues. Do you see my presentation? Yes, we can see. Welcome once more, colleagues. I want to show for your attention the use of alternative anti-ice materials during maintenance in the winter of motor roads. It is very topical. Especially now, we are in the beginning of the winter. We have to survive whilst providing safety on our roads. I want to say that as a whole, winter maintenance includes certain comprehensive measures. Accordingly to the common rules, it would be road cleaning, skid protection, and fight against slipperiness. Slipperiness is could be classified in 6 types of slipperiness: icy road, like a glass like ice on the road, then granular deposit, also the granular snow-like coverage, then also the crust of ice and a crust of ice and snow. There are some chemical and physical properties and methods of destruction of de-ice and frictional, physical and chemical and chemical and friction, comprehensive one, hybrid one. All these methods are connected to anti-ice materials, which in turn are classified or categorized as anti-ice friction materials, anti-ice melting materials, and combined anti-ice materials. It can be understood that anti-ice and friction materials are solid particles like sand and cobblestone grains, melting materials having melted elements. They are subdivided into 4 groups and are having such chemical properties. Those are chloride, sodium chloride, calcium chloride, magnesium chloride, potassium acetates belong to the second group. ammonium acetate, potassium sorbitate, and acetate and calcium acetate, and ureas, nitrates. Combined anti-icing materials mean combination of friction and melting anti-icing material. In Ukraine, same as all the world around, the most common material is chloride. Sodium icing materials. Due to that, there is a deficit of technical salt. The main enterprise supplier of Artem Sil is found in Bakhmut city in the fighting area. The availability of this material is low. The cost of anti-icing materials is very high now in the Ukrainian market, even those which were available earlier. And the management of supply channel has problems as well. Generally, not only Artem Sil has a field of both potassium, sodium, and magnesium chloride, bisulfite salt. There are some of them in the west and south of Ukraine we can use now. Our institute and our laboratory, this slide shows the fields available in Ukraine, and we have got materials from most of those fields. There have been about 20 samples we assessed and tested for their use during winter maintenance. According to the requirements of the relevant materials and technical conditions, technical specifications for anti-icing materials. This standard contains classification of anti-icing materials, general technical requirements, environmental protection requirements, and also control and testing methods for those materials. What are the main requirements? The anti-icing materials were tested for crystallization temperature, solution density for liquid materials in the market, and also melting capacity identification, determination of anti-icing materials. For friction materials, the granularity is checked. Content of clay in the parts and of clay sandy parts. Some materials I would like to highlight which were in line with this DSTU 5873. Rather good melting capacities were shown by a solution from salt producing Dragobich plant. Also the Chloris magnesium, meaning the natural bisulfite from Poltava region. Later on, we have got a material from Chernihiv Oblast, which also showed good melting capacities, and then a solution of concomitant product of petroleum production from Priluki petroleum field. Those have been liquid materials. Talking about solid melting materials, I would like to say about also Dragobich in Lviv and Rakhiv in the Prekarpattia Oblast fields for natural solvent or thiolite. I will dwell a little bit on each material. The solution of Dragobich salt plant has shown 3.3 gram per gram. It's higher than the normal. A Poltava bisulfite. The sodium chloride showed 6.2 per gram, 2.5 times higher. The Poltava concomitant material of petroleum production showed 4.6 gram per grams. As regards solid material from Stebnik field, with the norm of 5, its melting capacity was determined to be 21.8. Very good melting capacity this material has. The natural zeolite from Rakhiv field was tested for humidity, for water absorbing capacity, and as a sorbent it showed good capacity, 32% its absorption capacity is. It allows to use it in the cities for treating, disseminating it all over walking passes, pedestrian areas, and relevant sites in our cities. We continue to work in this direction. The laboratory is working all the time. A search is ongoing, and we are considering all possible materials to be used so to determine the most economically optimal and applicationably optimal. It might be solution, salt-containing solution of natural origin or industrial origin, wastes of industry. We can test according to this TU 55853. We can determine the economic efficiency of one or other anti-icing materials and also calculate consumption norms for its use or application on the roads. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. That's all from me. Thank you, Natalia. Colleagues, will you have any question? No questions. We wish you success in your work. Due to this deficit, we have to move ahead and to look for alternatives, but we have to provide really compliance to efficiency requirements as well. Dear colleagues, we are wrapping up, we are finishing the road session by now. If you have no questions for us, I am ready to give the floor to Viktor. Thank you, Anatoly Alexandrovich, for a wonderful session, very interesting presentations.
Dear colleagues, now we have 12:34. We have 1 hour before break, so we suggest to go to second panel, not to waste time. I think that we'll be able to have 1 or 2 presentations. I suggest to hold this panel by Deputy Director Klymenko Alexey. Alexey Ivanovich, please take the lead. Thank you, Viktor. From your permission, from permission of the audience, I would like to thank our colleagues for the amazing presentations for us. The road professionals, roads are everything. I would like to make important announcement according to the program. Alan Novikov presentation 10, 11, and 15 is postponed due to important reasons for tomorrow. So tomorrow, very interesting continuation awaits us in the conference. If you allow, I give the floor to Mykola Klymenko, Senior Specialist of Activities in Transport, presenting aspects of introducing and implementing standards for service quality of public passenger transport. Please. Good day. Do you hear me? Yes. We hear everything okay? Please. My presentation topic.
Тема мого виступу – аспекти впровадження та застосування національних стандартів якості
The
послуг
topic is aspect of introducing, implementing service quality of public passenger transport. This is applied topic related to developed by Institute standards of service quality of passenger transport. And before going to aspects of introducing, I take into account having no Novikova presentation related to my presentation. I would like to say a couple of minutes about those standards before going to continue my presentation. Two standards: 13816, logistics and transportation services of public passenger transport, measurement target efficiency and quantification of services. And second, public passenger transport main requirements and recommendations and system of quantity evaluation of provided services. All standards relate to all kinds of transport: land, water, air, rail, and subway also. All should be guided by criteria of service quality. I cannot say that those criteria are comprehensive. 8 main criteria for quality service. First criteria: providing services, the scope, geographic area of activity or location, availability of services, access to the systems of routes, of vehicles, of infrastructure, information availability, providing information to consumers within the network, for instance, at stops or stations, or within vehicle time parameters, so to say, how much time consumer is to spend to use transport every day in certain way, and other time parameters, speed of movement and so on, comfort, meaning availability of services to ensure comfort of users, and related also to not only convenience of a vehicle, also with service, safety, characterizing degree of security and protection of users, also encompasses environmental impact. It is interesting, and why I would like to mention it in item 8, comprehensive impact on environment, because there are even the way the results of activity are applied in certain kinds of transport to avoid negative environmental impact. First standard is 13816, determines requirements, recommendations to quality systems. And second standard provides pretty big recommendations for system of evaluating services. So we may say that those standards, despite their complexity and big scope, contain many methodological indicators on how to fulfill certain transport operations. This we may say, is the shortest information about these standards. Now, to the essence, those standards take effect from February 1st, 2023. Why so? By standardization systems, it is necessary to provide, after it is approved, the standards approved, some time is necessary to perform preparation activities on all the levels and to provide certain extent of preparedness to implement such standards. If we speak of standards, I will draw your attention to some aspects of road transport. Why road transport? If we compare the current state of road transport with other kinds of transport, electric transport or rail transport, it is characterized by big scattering. Returning a little to history of activities that was performed on quality before. You see characteristics on the slide of transport structure that we had before administrative management system was transformed into market and decentralization. As of 2021, 200 bus companies existed in Ukraine. All of them were state-owned, and beside that, 247 mixed companies, mainly cargo vehicles, few buses, 20 only taxi, and 23 cargo. Those companies were powerful companies, had experienced specialists, had a vertical management system starting from ministry and ending by every driver. And big work was done by these companies because every region had regional road transport administrations, which between ministries and transport companies were intermediary link, performing all the activities from organizing transportation, systems of quality, safety, and develop certain local populated area and the neighboring populated area. No company like that. So this company provided for the whole this area. Urban, city to city, region to region, even some international existed. Control system was employed. There were orders of minister that every person employed in a road company or regional road transport administration has to perform control online for 2 days every month to travel, to look at buses, to look at bus stations, to detect deviations from the norms and standards related to their functioning, and this somehow positively impacted, so to say, activity in the field to adjust and rectify deviations. However, after this time period, after 1994, somewhere around this time, when the process of privatizing road transport companies started to the market instead of powerful road transport companies. You see 200 companies and 12,000 small transporters now instead of road transport company. 13,000. They owned 1 to 5 buses, mainly around 80% small transporters, using in total around 75,000 buses. Difficult to imagine the difficulties to implement control if business is so much scattered, business providing such services. So some difficulties will take place in implementing the requirements of the standards. In order to simplify, so to say, to help to local authorities and transporters to implement the requirements set in the standards, we have prepared the measures and suggestions, so to say, roadmap, or some activities that need to be done to implement those standards, to show the specialists who do that, the directors locally managing these activities, the difficulties and how to prevent those in order these standards are implemented. Of course, in order to do any activity, you need to approve the measures, but the most important in those measures is creating some center which would be managing. We do not know which center is going to be created and who is going to lead this center. We think that probably it should be Ministry of Developing Communities, Territories and Infrastructure. So they need, at least we recommend, such methodological center that will have specialists and some authorities to ensure methodological support to implement these standards, introducing changes to some standardization. Yes, it also needs to be noted that one of those measures is implementing training of this personnel, organizing training of those specialists who will evaluate the level of services and to question users, survey users. Definitely any system to function requires someone to specifically be responsible for something, and there should be some incentives, stimuli in all the vertical, from organizer who is going to manage this process to the executive who is going to fulfill work. So we suggest the road transport to have will not have it in law. Law anyway has got several articles that declare or require all those requirements and procedures are to be fulfilled. The standards, not only for quality, but also social standards. However, there are two documents that are directly related that the changes are to be introduced to is competition in order to perform public passenger transport by general use vehicles and the rules to provide services in passenger transport, which requirements are to be taken into account in national standards and to definitely stimulate transporters, how to stimulate the transporters. Now, bus routes of general use, in order to get the right to provide services, the competition is performed. And based on this competition procedure, the right of certain transporter to transport to provide services to consumers is decided upon. However, those competition take place based on some requirement and evaluates the scores. Scores determine some level of something which adds into some final score. So the transporters to be willing, we need to foresee changes to these documents, the advantages that will be provided to transporters that have introduced those standards. In order for this system to work, you need someone to evaluate this system from outside. These standards foresee these standards condition necessity to certify these services, so to say, to determine. We suggest this certification to be voluntary for the certification body to be able to determine the set of criteria by some procedure developed on the basis and take into account requirements of these standards. And if a transporter confirms that he or she introduced standards by availability of this certificate, in order to implement on national level. If we speak on local level implementation, we also need to adopt some regulatory document. Also, if we need to create it somewhere locally on some territory, some rayon, some region, making some methodological office center or something to introduce changes to every region. There are own conditions in all the regions, and based on the Cabinet of Ministers high-level document, conditions to have the competitions should be set and changes should be introduced to agreements concluded with transporters so that they bear responsibility and to ensure certain criteria that the standards require being implemented. And of course, in order all of that to work, we need to develop systems to populate those criteria of service quality. The standards is just providing the general directions, and we need to make them to have it quantification by some number, by some indicator. So this is great activity.
В кожному місцевому органі
That every local body needs to develop and to determine the indicators based on standards.
Ми пропонуємо також
We suggest
для того, щоб це було
also, in order this
впровадження,
is not only implemented but continuously functioning
щоб непреривний процес був непреривний
based on standards, so the
роботи над
process is continuous to improve the service quality, and we suggest this
в цій блок-схемі три таких визначені основних
table
діючих особи. Це місцеві
defining three actors, so to say, local executive authorities entitled with the functions I mentioned recently. Next, some center to take place within Ministry of Infrastructure, methodological implementation, developing some standardization documents, providing assistance is also at the first special stages, so that they are capable of providing assistance to the local authorities up to possibility to help them on contractual basis to determine some quantification of criteria and other organizational matters, and voluntary certification body for services that also will, by requirements of transporters, will provide certification and determine if they comply with standard requirements. So we not all indicators may be determined by checking, by studying. Many indicators need defining based on some calculations. I will not name all of them, there are very many. In order we see what it's like, two parts set criteria, mainly one part in general relating to the route network system. You see, time needs to be spent to approach general time needed. Other part relates to criteria, services of certain route. Also, this formula shown how to determine not difficult formulas. However, what I want to say also difficulty is, I would like to focus our attention on this, which is important for road transport. Now, probably not a single transportation organizer within the city or territorial community does not actually know which scope of transportation the transporters do, what is the level of their income. So fees, transporters always bring up the issues. Yes, the fuel grows and other things change, however, not to the extent that those who direct the activities without knowing the state of play, abusing this, turning into having too high tariffs. It should be objective. That's what I would like also to focus on. I will tell you that, of course, the best services will be, and then the requirements to transporters may be established when they are not going to establish too high price. All their attention is to be paid to fulfill the planned number of travels as should, but collecting fees is to be done by transportation organizer. This is complicated process. We cannot say that it is complete. You see bus arriving at a stop and does not move on till a certain number of passengers board, so that it has enough passengers, they pay the fees for travel so that he has income, and the local executive authorities need to have provisions implemented that the transporter, despite the number of passengers, after having traveled certain number of kilometers or number of travels, is to receive a due amount of money despite the number of passengers transported. So those recommendations might entail certain problems. So it's not very easy to create the unified center of supporting methodologically the activity, who is going to implement it, how, what will be the payment, how it is going to function. Locally, it will be very important to determine quantification for service criteria. I have shown also, so they need to choose a quantity indicator and not just to have comfort and that's it. So how to evaluate within which framework? Next, organization and certification of services. This is also not an easy matter and also very difficult matter, both creation of certification and also defining certification, because absolutely different levels, different conditions that might take place in different cities, different territories. You need to unify it somehow. So to say certificate is issued, so that the certificate is to be based on some averaged parameters, so we may range it by certain characteristics. One of the signs to stimulate organizers and transporters. If transporter incentives, I said we may provide transporter advantages in competition by scores, and organizers of transportation. What is organizer of transportation? Executive authority organizing transportation. There is some person directing it. We cannot stimulate somehow. We also need on state level to resolve this issue, because if no stimulation, no efficient work. This is concisely what I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I will answer. Thank you very much, Mykola Klementovich, for this substantial presentation with interesting historical, profound analysis of situation we currently have, and in my view, good approach to improving the system, which I think would be good from our conference to send to ministry for those issues to be resolved. You have a great quality news. Second question we have is fees for tariffs. Today we will hear from Tetyana Yashchenko, very notable speaker, famous specialist in this area. Please do not disconnect from Zoom conference at 2. We continue work. We are waiting for all of you to continue second part of the day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Upon your permission, we shall wait 1 minute for everybody to come back to senses after a lunch break.
Отже, ще раз вітаю учасників на другій частині.
Once more, I welcome the participants in the second half of our today program. Next presentation will be very interesting for everybody under the name Modern Trends of Shaping the Tariff Policy for Passenger Automotive Transport. 3 co-speakers, Novikova Svetlana, the head of transport problems from Dorshn State Research Institute project, the acting member of the Academy of Transport Sciences, Yashchenko, the head of economics for complex transport problems, and Leonov Mykola Antonovich, senior engineer of the Center for Scientific Research of Complex Transport Problems of Project Svetlana Mikhailovna. Thank you, Alexey Andreevich. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you well. Thank you very much.
Доброго дня, шановні
Good
колеги.
afternoon, dear colleagues.
Сьогодні хочу презентувати
Want to
сучасні
predi-
тенденції формування тарифної політики.
talk today about modern trends of tariff policy shaping for passenger automotive transport, road transport, challenges and expectations. Why tariff policy? Even under wartime, it remains a topical issue. The prices for any service, especially transportation service, makes always a compromise between the need of the provider of such services, exactly the transporter who started its activity exactly with the purpose of getting income or profit because it's entrepreneurial activity. From the other side, it makes the tariff or possibility of the consumer of transport services, mean you, the consumers, and the state institutions are somewhere in the middle. They somehow try to regulate the transparency of tariff policy formation, its accessibility for all users of transport policies, quality, and obviously security of transportation. That's why the policy. I'd like to start from the share of passenger transportation in Ukraine. We are talking today about motor road transport. Is rather high. It's 41%. I have data for 21 because when talking to state statistics service, we found out that it is very difficult to collect data during the war for 2022. It's obvious. Early, it also was a problem because our passenger automotive transport is made by many small buses. It was difficult to get the statistics. Now, under war conditions, it is an over difficult problem. So the data might be coming later and they will be very generalized. We shall not see the volumes per separate types of transport. Unfortunately, these are the realities today. I want to draw your attention compared to automobile transport, the urban electrical transport has high specific weight. Why? Want to underline this. Regulators such as scheme challenges in the scope of activity of passenger transport, not only automotive transport, but during the war, under conditions of damage and destruction of infrastructure, there are big challenges. As we saw in the fourth quarter of this year, a very difficult times came for electric transport. We see it on its activity in Kiev. All on-ground electric transport disappeared now. There are only automobile vehicles on ground. Underground metropolitan continues its activity. The drivers remain up to 11 hours driving. This is very difficult job, and the drivers want to migrate to Europe to seek for better employment. Also, the drivers do not stop during air raid alert. Take an example of the Ukrpass Trans enterprises. We can calculate how much do they lose. 1 hour of idle standing of the transport makes about 600,000 hryvnias in the enterprise. It's a very high amount. If the air alert is 3 hours, the enterprise loses 1,800,000 hryvnias. It's a big challenge. Then the reduction of purchase capacity of users of the transport policy, everybody, and the statistics shows that consumer inflation may come to 30% to the end of this year. It means the reduction of real incomes of everybody. Due to that, state statistics services tries intensely to gather all those data on transportation volumes. It's not so easy during wartime. It's impossible to forecast passenger flows due to lack of comprehensive statistic reporting, first of all. And obviously inflation is price growing of industrial products, manufacturers, namely fuel prices. According to Ministry of Economics data, the index of industrial product price growth will make 35%, very significant value compared to the forecasted level of 107 planned. That is why I am highlighting fuel prices. It's obvious because in the passenger bus transportation, the share of the fuel makes about 60% in the overall structure. Fuel and lubrication oils. If the price of fuel is 10% up, then as a minimum the service will go higher 6 to 7 points. It is described in our method for calculation of passenger tariff. It is foreseen if fuel price increases by 10%, the transporter can apply for review of tariff. It would be justified. When studying the dynamics of consumer price for fuel and transport services in 2022, according to State Service data, we see in this table that consumer prices as of October 21 compared to 22, the growth made 26%. Fuel price growth made over 60%. And growth of the value or price of passenger transport by cars makes 32%. It's more or less compliant to the structure we discussed. As regards fuel prices more broadly, and the prices for urban passenger transport statistical service data, I want to say that only 17% made the growth for transportation in the urban transport, but it's meant also car transport, both electrical and fueled vehicles. And these tariffs, these prices are regulatable by city authorities. You see the percentage of growth. Averagely, the prices grew by 50 to 60%. And it absolutely objectively caused the growth of prices for transport services. Along with it, we see that the transport companies meet the expectations during wartime. We don't see active growth of transport services prices. It goes continuously about improvement of planning the tariff policy. Why so? Because the tariff policy, as I mentioned in the beginning, it is the issue of every day, today and tomorrow, etc. Main directions are defined by national strategy, transport strategy of Ukraine. It underlines the tariff policy shall be first of all transparent and has to have efficient models of pricing that would correspond to the actual structure of costs, meaning that expenditures from other activities would not be included in the tariff. For the passenger not to pay the services not relating to passenger transport services. We do understand that efficient functioning of Ukrainian economy as a whole is provided by efficient functioning of the overall transport complex of Ukraine, including motor transport, and also efficient and fair pricing in the market of transport services. It goes about that, for example, if a significant competition was achieved in the urban transportations, but the state regulation of price was cancelled due to the challenges of time. So competitive environment is also an important factor to provide for efficient tariff policy. With this purpose, we are talking on that we need to implement the European rules and regulations to provide for financial stability of transport company and predictability of tariffs. As of today, such a document which Ukraine, according to EA, has to implement is the EU Regulation 1370 on the public services of transportation of passenger on in railway and road transports. It goes today about tariff policy, but I want to stress that as regards financial relations between customer and transporting companies, they are very important norms of regulation expected by civil society. The regulation says that the expenditures of the transport company should be justified and transparent and should be distributed per types. All those positions I'm commenting now have to be provided for in the public agreement concluded by the customer and transport company. This public agreement has to identify and show the value or the size of tariffs. As I understand today, such agreement between transport companies and executive authorities not always show this tariff pricing due to known reasons. And this regulation 1370 requires this tariff policy to be included because according to our economic code, the price is a material term of the agreement. The agreement has to contain conditions, terms, and times of payout. It describes compensation payments. It describes in detail the procedure of formation of those payments is made. The transport company has to understand what amount will he pay as compensation. Also, the transport company has to know possibility of indexation of those payments and the relevant format of collecting income information and also of compensation payouts. If it goes about rules, we have to pay attention which rules should be used for tariff policy. Those rules should be in detail described in an annex to the regulation. These expenditures have to be completely covered by income from the tariffs, including the profit, have to completely be covered with the income. Looking at the experience of certain companies for implementation of this provision in part of financial agreement with the transporter, there are laws in Estonia, Slovenia, Bulgaria regarding exactly financial relations. A ground for provision of services is a public agreement in the laws of Estonia, Slovenia, and Bulgaria. Those are countries already implementing regulation provision. The legislation provides for the procedure for payouts, compensations, and sanctions. Very detailed procedure talks about the amount of transported passengers. It's not possible to do within our conditions, and also pay out per one. unit. There is a law on road transport which provides for compensation to transport companies, but no clear parameters of compensation payouts have been identified. And also the term of public passenger transportation is not defined. I want to stress there are certain options of business model of relations customer transporter. Three of them. The first model is of covering the deficit. It is similar to our today's realities in Ukraine when the transporter retains the incomes as payment for transportation and can also obtain additional compensation of deficit. It is a model similar to former USSR countries. And the customer takes all the risks. A second option is contract based on the cost. The transporter retains the incomes and can obtain preliminary defined financial compensation. Second option is different with the first. With that compensation is anticipatedly defined, and the risk is undertaken by the transporter because he gets predefined compensation and the expenditures might grow. So the transporter at this business model in EU, he's allowed to update fair price. And the third model is based upon gross payments. The organizer of transportation retains all incomes and pays to the transporter the cost of passenger kilometers services. This model is used for all bus transportation in London. There is an experience of use of this model in Germany. All the risks are taken in submitting proposals within our competence for these draft laws, so that the implementation of this regulation would have its most efficient implementation. The draft law 4573 came from the government, 5149 from a group of deputies was interested in one of these draft laws, 5149. It goes about an authorized enterprise which will collect incomes in case such third business model would be implemented, if ever, when the customer retains all incomes from fair payment. The previous speaker mentioned that the transporter retains the only mission to provide for a safe and quality transportation of passengers without interfering into the income part. But the problem of generally implementation of the regulation 1270, there is a key word compensation to the transporters, and under wartime compensation from local budget makes a problem because main expenses today are for defense and social sphere, but we hope that in the nearest time at least one of these draft laws will be considered. I also want to say that the compromise would be an optimal tariff to minimize the expenditures of the transporter, to have an accessible threshold based upon the structure of expenditures, the forecast for 2022. For the index of prices, we can analyze the trends of growth of tariff policy up to 20% for road transportation services. We are waiting for implementation of the regulation because it will take services to new European level of revision. Thank you, Tetyana Mikhailovna. Please put your questions in Zoom chat. Put questions in YouTube channels. We shall gather those questions and we shall review and answer them during the discussion panel. I understand it is a very hard topic to fit into 10 minutes of the regulation, but please appreciate hard work of interpreters. Thanks to them, the whole world listens to you in English. Next report will be made by Ageyev Volodymyr Borисovich, the head of the Scientific and Research Center for Technical Service of Wheeled Vehicles, candidate of Technical Sciences, acting member of the Transport Academy of Ukraine. Volodymyr Borисovich heads the most powerful scientific and research center of our enterprise. A very interesting title of presentation: Expert Systems of Testing, verifying the roadworthiness of transport vehicles according to the requirements of European government and the relevant agreement of 1987. Please, Volodymyr Borисovich, your report.
Let me turn on demonstration very concisely, remembering what you suggest. I'll try to present. I would like to say that our conference often sounds in martial law time. However, it is understood that martial law does not allow vehicle not to have a braking system, steering system. Technical condition of the vehicle is to be safe. Expert assessment of those two important systems are on slide. I will remind you that before Vienna Agreement, by the way, Vienna Agreement is also moderated and managed by work group on vehicle build-up, WP29 being one of the agreement adopted by presidential decree. All those checks and activities performed in accordance to international compacts. One decree of president, ratification document, the text of compact you may find on internet by numbers. All that elements, Vienna Agreement provisions makes us build our provisions in accordance with international agreements and compacts. I will refer to recognized our system that we have notified the UN General Secretary that our domestic technical verification is equal to international certificate because verification, scope of verification, methodologies, test equipment, and etc. were brought in accurate with this compact. Today, the compact condition is that many joined already. This is already changed table status you may find on UN website. Contractual parties today 13. There are esteemed countries here. Domestic transport work group. There were some problems. The European Union said they do not keep the requirements. Requirements are very obsolete, and the committee continued working and brought Vienna Compact and rules added to Vienna Compact to comply with European directive requirements. I will tell later. the vehicle types are added. Passenger cars, there are contemporary requirements to electric vehicles, gas-powered vehicles. You see a table listing requirements verified in international technical examination, very similar to Decree 1037 that regulates domestic mandatory technical conditions. So Vienna Compact, that's it on my part. I will go to KMT agreement. I would like to tell right away that provision to use multilateral quota of International Transport Forum is a somewhat different document. If Vienna Compact is based on legal prerequisite that vehicle is to comply with requirements at the first registration date, this document provision is saying that those quotes, and it's got the bonus status, so to say, for transporter if he uses a safer, more ecological vehicle. Short historical reference: when road transport was developing substantially at the European continent, little European towns faced many vehicles filling narrow streets, many emissions, harm to environment, less society. Some countries, Austria, Switzerland, France, local authorities started introducing prohibitions to use those vehicles. One of the possibilities was introducing special markup. I would like to refer to yesterday's presentation on environmental safety aspects. One of those mechanisms employed in cargo transport and have successful use story. All users that use quota, mostly ASMAP members, develop their professional competence enough, were purchasing the most up-to-date vehicles, were and are competitive in European transport space. Many of them opened companies in the European Union and successfully compete and work in the market of those countries. Here on slide, a new provision is introduced from 2020, new requirements, new forms and certificates. Also, objects expanded to the lighter vehicles, 3.5 tons of loaded weight. If you remember the markup S letters, upon environmental standards development, new markup of these vehicles appeared. And beside that, this tool is used not only to use vehicles in contemporary conditions to allow bigger quota for transportation. By the way, one of authors of the system was a quality director of MAN concern, famous cargo trucks producer and famous engineer of this company participated in development. The further development of the system was adopting Charter of International Transporters that has become a part of this agreement, where actually European Union introduced the requirement to use quota, beside using vehicles, also keeping with professional competence standards, organizing transportation, actually conditions to license activity in European Union with list of discrepancies and fines was included and made public within this agreement. Special standards are valid, placed on the website. I would like to say that during hostilities in Kiev region, other regions, system was so that the only thing that saved the day, that it was very extensive, and before war part of production processes was discussed to change some facilities to produce into Vinnytsia branch. It was possible. Part of processes was transferred to Vinnytsia. By the way, digital system of institute worked well, and those systems worked remotely, enabling satisfying the demand to issue certificates in conditions of hostilities. I will show the monitors were broken with shrapnel and bullet. Some laboratories were located in the occupied territories, and very extensive network of test laboratories, especially in the western region, stood, survived, and provided certificates. I'd like to say other transport, sea, aviation almost stopped, and road transport took over a very important activity to deliver critical experts for Ukraine defense. We have the test lab network. They have shown well in terms of statistics. Excuse me, we see that year after year there is a growth, especially at the expense of vehicles that were previously doing domestic transportation, that are now international and provide transportation with all the tolerant attitude to our transporters and almost no licensed transportation system. We had to use, especially for fuel, vehicles to bring them in compliance to international agreements in terms of brakes, technical conditions, speed limitation, that all had to be renewed for those vehicles. We have seen growth year after year. Experts worked mostly remotely in this period of time. However, monitoring lab activity and reassuredness of stakeholders that consumers of international transportation services belong for the countries in whose territories the transportation of population takes place, may be convinced that our vehicles are fit and safe, roadworthy. Information systems were fit for martial law time. Any customer, any laboratory may watch online live order cycle, check certificates on website, examples of checks. I would like to say the big advantage of our system is that the monitoring of video takes place for materials from every lab online. All the protocols added, materials of tachographer adaptation, license plates from a factory, all that is analyzed by experts and formed. Risks are evaluated both for vehicle and test laboratory for truthfulness of expert assessment. Documents of standards that the activity is performed in the company certificate form. By the way, international technical examination certificate is valid within 5 years after the verification is done. The laboratory may continue by its stamp the certification validity. We note this and this is available in our database for control bodies. I would like to mention what I was saying before about approximating European legislation, Vienna Agreement today in 2022 have new requirements on professional competence of experts and frequency of their training. The requirements appeared for knowledge and skills they have to possess, and directives of 2014 4547 methodology of risk assessment of road vehicles that we are going to include in our system that plan to build to satisfy the needs of all stakeholders, transporters, test labs, control bodies to use this methodology. Mentioned rules on hybrid, electric cars, gas container powered vehicles. You may find this information on the website. I want to say that all the system is, of course, a subsystem, comprehensive system of safeguarding road vehicles for use conditions. These regulations are listed, directives listed, which we were obliged within association agreement to implement back in time. I think that our conference is to write to the ministry to consider speeding up draft laws adoption, which are very important, especially for road transport. I would like to say that those documents, contemporary European documents, even if corruption level is much less, in EU new documents, 45 directive, 47 on road control, big attention is paid to fighting corruption in this area. That is why it is very important for people to be reassured that it's not just buying some documents, but it is necessary and required procedure to ensure safety and security of road traffic. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, you see my contact details, or I will answer at discussion panel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Volodymyr Borisovich, for this presentation for a very important topic. Everyone in our country knows that activity of scientific research institute and technical service is extremely important to ensure activity, especially in conditions of war. Thank you very much. So our next presentation from Institute of Economic Policy within Hanover University, Otto Wilfried Leibniz, and from Puzikova Valentyna Sergeyevna, aspirant to receive PhD from this university, and presentation is called Importance of Smart Multimodal Transport System for Ukraine. Very interesting topic. We will listen with great pleasure, but please, this topic is very important, of course. I would like to ask everyone who is going to present, please try to keep with time limits. When 10 minutes elapse, I will show, and then we'll use the practice of Verkhovna Rada. We need to understand that we need to provide the possibility for everyone to present. So, Valentyna Sergeyevna, we are listening attentively. Hello?
It was very interesting for me to listen to all the speakers especially Tetyana Mikhailovna. Very interesting information, and it confirms the topicality of this topic discussed in the European Union. I will be talking very concisely. I hear your suggestion. My presentation is in English, but I will tell in Ukrainian, so to cover more languages. And also I want to say that I'm invited here to this university. I was defending my thesis in Kharkov in the National Legal Academy, Yaroslav Mudry. The globalization of the world and the development of trade in countries contributes to the development of logistic processes and multimodal processes. This strategy of development of multimodal transportation with involvement of all types of transport, I'm more involved in the role of the railway in this process. I am interested about that issue, but this strategy involves all the types of transport, and it was discussed, as it was already said yesterday, during the 5th German-Ukrainian Business Forum, Rebuild Forum, which happened 24th of October 2022 in Berlin. And also the 25th of October, next day, a memo was signed, MOU, between Ukrzaliznytsia and Deutsche Bahn, the German railway, for provision of aid by Germany in the post-war recovery and increasing the cargo terminals and capacities of transportation, and also introduction of legal mechanism of multimodal freight traffic, and also the relevant legal provisions. Ukraine is moving, as many speakers say, towards implementation of mechanism and wider use of multimodal transportations, which will provide for environmental improvement. Also, the green logistics is in the center of attention of both scientists and practitioners. The multimodal transportation is one of the most responsible logistical operations requiring special control all over the route. Then the map shows here, and we can see the important strategic place of Ukraine. Ukraine has a favorite geopolitical location and can connect east and west. Obviously, it is an advantage. For Ukraine, it's very important to develop both transit potential and to create its own multimodal potential. Also, as a combination of railway, maritime, road, motor, and air transportation allows to combine in one agreement everything. And also costs for transport and logistics would be optimized. As already mentioned, it's important to create own potential because the multimodal container transportations are a main source of income and business of Ukraine, development of business Ukraine in post-war time. So this forum made an example by Ukrainian organization Nibelon from Mykola Oblast for multimodal transportations, and also this organization is responsible for production and export of grains, transport and logistics. They built up the transshipment terminal in Danube River, on Danube River, and first barges have been loaded in September this year. If you analyze the statistics on this issue, I want to draw your attention. It was already said yesterday that the issue of creation of exactly statistical clear data is important. Our state statistics, when I analyzed the integrational tweet of Oka Railway and the data of statistics, I found that differences which are not admissible. It will not allow to move ahead. Such a gap, such a drawback should be removed. I am more involved in railway transportations, and the cargo turnover of railway dropped. The load on the motor road transport increased. Accordingly, according to green logistics principles, we have to develop alternative types of transport, including railway transport, because here it goes about preventing from hazardous emissions to the air, to the environment, and also it means large potential. Pan-European transport corridors number 3597 are passing through Ukraine, and also Ukraine participates in T10 project. This project foresees creation before 2013 of the transport system of combined joint transport system with EU. So it's very important to seek for alternative corridors without using tier and wear of infrastructure, specifically of the Ukrainian railway, is very high one. So we have to create a highly profitable and reliable and safe transport hub. A few days ago, I also participated in the work of and also cooperation with Moldova to increase this cooperation with Moldova and Romania, because Moldova, same as Ukraine, has got the candidate member status to join EU, and the most optimal forecast I hit in this congress, if everything will be good, we shall be accepted by EU before 2027. By 2027. So we have to develop this cooperation to move ahead towards this direction, towards this partnership, to say so. The container multimodal transportations are mostly economical and environmentally friendly delivery modes. SWOT analysis is used. I see I have 1 minute to wrap up. According to the White Book of the European Union, it is foreseen that before 2030, the transportation of road cargoes of 300 kilometers could, the transshipment to other modalities like railway and maritime should be of about 30%, and the next stage would be 50%. So it's very important right now to combine all modalities of transport, to seek for logistical solutions based upon high technology innovational approaches, change the tariff system, tariff policy, as was said by the speakers earlier, and also to consider changes or continuation of transport corridors, already existing ones, so to raise the role of transit potential of Ukraine. Thank you. Here are my contacts. If any wish or idea, I am open to communicate. Please write me. And I wish fruitful work and forces, and I want to wish all of you personal safety in such a challenging time. Thank you very much, Valentyna Sergeyevna, for a wonderful topical presentation. You are not only one of most active participant of our conference, but you are also an example for others. I mean, the time schedule I asked to put the questions in chat because we out of time schedule a lot. I would like to say the war happens not only at the physical front, but also in the cyberspace. Next topic, certification of cybersecurity of connected car. Gorytski Viktor Mikhailovich, Director of Transport and D Project, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, Honored Actor of the Sciences of Ukraine, and Doroshenko Anna Sergeyevna from Transukrant Project, the student of Master degree of the National Technical Institute of Kiev, Polytechnical Institute by Igor Sikorsky. Viktor Mikhailovich, please, your presentation.
Oleksandrovich, colleagues, my presentation, esteemed colleagues, will consider cybersecurity of connected vehicle, but I would like to note that connected vehicle, connected car, they are included into huge family of other connected technical systems, which in the European documents and world documents are called cyber-physical systems, which fit within Notion Economy 4.0. So in this case, when we speak of cybersecurity of connected vehicles, this is one of many cases of cybersecurity of all cyber-physical systems, which arrive at 5G and future on 6G system. In terms of specific car, I said many times, and I repeat, that during the last 5-6 years, there's very powerful movement in the whole world to ensure cybersecurity of the vehicle, connected, of course. In the first place, it relates to United Nations organization and United Nations organization in documents that exist. It relates to WP29 forum. They show the threats that exist. I will not detail, I'll just show this is summary of hazards and vulnerabilities based on W29. Many examples. Also, they are classified there. The rules 155 and 156 for manufacturers of automotive equipment, and this document added with the standards, ISO standards. The standard is already adopted, and soon 24089 standard is going to be adopted. Those standards, first one is related to 155 rules, systems of cybersecurity management, and standard that is going to be adopted, system of updating in terms of responsibility scope from the UN. Today, this is our approximate schedule to ensure cybersecurity and software updates. In this part, United Nations organization, everything is developing at a full pace, very fast, and very soon the results will be achieved. However, there is one nuance is moving in the European Union. All the matters related to cybersecurity and vehicles move a bit different way, softly to say. And law on cybersecurity in 2019, December, the law was adapted on standardization, aiming at certification, and quite recently the document was adopted, recommendations for certification to substitute SOC is. I underline SOC is a bit different vector for this meta movement. I would like to explain what is certification. We need to explain. Everyone knows what certification is. ISO 17000 is the evaluation of compliance by independent third parties. So the certification bodies are to be created, which are to certify whether based on requirements formulated in UN rules or based on requirements which are soon to arrive. For instance, I want to underline candidate. It's not yet adopted, but soon will be adopted in EU. How certification today takes place in the world? This is incomplete list of different system standards to certify or to evaluate compliance in information protection and cybersecurity. Among them is ISO's senior official group on information system security. What this system is interesting for us for? It is interesting for us for being unified by all the countries of European Union, and also the cards of tachographers we like a lot and care about are aimed at security. They have a cryptographic part on those cards evaluated within SOGI's system. So this document says that there is system ready to use to evaluate compliance. It is functioning and it needs to be substituted into analysis services and products, commodities. Doesn't matter which one. So cybersecurity is also included. So SOKIS is the European system which is standalone. We're speaking now about creating to substitute ISO-IS, which is valid for EU and other countries, but to make it fit within global system. 172 countries are in global system now. So that is why European Union created ENISA, European Agency on Cybersecurity. They have created and have already recommended some standards. The standards are familiar to us. I do not see very familiar for the broad public, but all those are standards for the cyber information safety, for certification bodies, and for laboratories which are necessary to certify cybersecurity. Well, which is the main objective? The main objective is that there is a system of mutual recognition for cybersecurity certificates. This mutual recognition of cybersecurity certificates will be achieved by bilateral and unilateral and multilateral agreements which are acting on different levels. If in this case we're interested by International Accreditation Forum and then European Association for Accreditation and national bodies. For Ukraine, this is National Agency for Accreditation. Today, our country has got the full scope, sufficient certificates for the management systems for European Union, for European system, and respectfully, we have today signed in 2017 agreement with EAF, which has got within its scope necessary for us standards. This is the moment of signing this agreement. I was happy to sign it when I worked in now. This agreement of recognizing the sign. This is interesting screenshot of EAF website in terms of Ukraine National Agency, and it shows the levels and scopes that recognition of our country activities is recognized in terms of certification in the whole world. I would like to know that for this, we need here on the 5th level to have standards that I have been showing before in order for certificates issued by hypothetical, not created yet, cybersecurity certification bodies for road transport to be recognized in all civilized world. So last diagram of model to evaluate market standards looks like this. More or less, it is pretty developed, elaborate, giving lots of hope, but red on 5th level shows all the standards basically that the bodies and laboratories and certification of management system and product certification bodies to comply with, so that we are recognized for our certificates to be recognized outside our countries. If we return to this system, of course, we need to expand the scope of recognition for national accreditation body with all those organizations. Thank you for your attention. If you have some questions to me, please. Thank you, Viktor Mikhailovich, for substantial answer, very concise. You have even fit within less than the topic as impact of satellite communication to supervise supply chains. Presenter Anton Alexeyevich, do you have connection? Excuse me for the technical problems. Somehow my camera does not function. Maybe it's not that important.
Supply chain management and the effects of the use of modern satellite technologies and the review of trends in the literature. The hypothesis is that the satellites are used broadly in the navigation on all the types of transport. They do influence significantly humanitarian and military supply chains. Often they are costly. The implementation is not reasonable due to the cost, using closed premises and the advantages of cable and other alternatives. It could be introduced together with radio frequency identification. A review of literature was conducted which identified the three main topics. Countries of research are USA, China, Australia, India, Canada, Finland, Ethiopia, Japan, and Australia. The largest numbers of research are in USA, China, and Japan. Unfortunately, Ukrainian researchers didn't publish their topical papers, but use something may be changed due to the new developments. Such keywords as global positioning systems, supply chains, information management, satellites, radio frequency identification, collection of data, it shows the overlapping of the relevant spheres of different technologies. Main findings. In the modern literature, there are many cases of use of satellite technologies for supply chains. Since the beginning of 21st century, the advantage of a joint development of satellite communication together with radio frequency identification. The topical is a combination of satellite technologies and NSC technologies for the relevant cargoes. Such technologies allow to implement them at least in the limited notion of term. It allows to use them for humanitarian purpose, like collecting data and continuous registration of certain indicators thanks to the sensors. And the available satellite data combined with the algorithm and cloud calculation computing opens possibilities to accelerate collection of data and their processing. It has potential to transformation of supply chain monitoring, assessment of risk, and provides a good guarantee mechanism for the sustainability. It allows to enhance our understanding of agricultural crops in the agrarian production or chain of landscape and see as influence of supply chains of transnational cooperation. And also the increase of demand is interesting the investors and other stakeholders, which means that interest influence of society in these companies. The more and more satellite communications are used to monitor supply chains and in the reactive way, monitoring such risks as deforestation, rodents in the areas they operate in, and the practical ways. For example, by calculating the foreseen positive consequences. And the logical replacement, a combination of three factors with the relevant set of tools and platforms, open access to these platforms, and the cloud computing allows to reduce the cost of data processing by orders. The resolution of image is quite low to be a problem for confidentiality, but it might change. If we compare the modern data collection with data collection from drones or helicopters, we cannot compare it. But obviously the technologies are developing quickly. And who will take access rights and how the data collected would be used? It will be defined. It will be determined whether satellites will become a promoter of human rights. Will they go to the good side of the conflict, or will they be violating rights, or will they be just become space junk? Grow to $2.7 billion as soon as they become public. For example, the SpaceX by Elon Musk, they launched 2,000 and more satellites and plan to launch other 10,000. They're already working in Ukraine. We see the influence of those satellites both in civil and military areas. For example, the magazine Space says the satellites belong to the private companies played an important role in the war in Ukraine. The beginning of August this year has shown that the recent attack to the Russian airbase in Crimea inflicted more damage than it was expected, and Zelensky showed the losses of Russians as a proof of Ukrainian progress in Ukraine. Ukraine asked data from private satellite companies, and they have been received by Ukraine. Now Ukraine gets imagery from American companies through a few minutes after data have been collected. Main findings from the research. Main research takes place in US, Australia, India, and China. The satellites find broad utilization for navigation and civil or military logistics, more quick development of technology, satellites for safety issues, use of photo and video recording and sensors are utilized broadly in corporate and civil and military areas in the armed forces of Ukraine. It's expected further development of technologies which will improve data processing and will enable using Internet of Things and will use technologies with radio frequency identification and beacons. Limitations and further research is the difficultness of filtering articles, the novelty, lack of research, prevalence of technical engineering research in the area, which complicates the economic analysis from the point of view of supply chains, and the possibility of further research to increase the scope of the materials and the use of other researches, both quantitative and qualitative, and also search for overlapping areas. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for this opportunity to present it to you. Thank you, Alexeyevich, for a very interesting presentation. Next presentation will be a combination of production and science under the name Increased Efficiency of the Activity of Enterprise of Automotive Transport based on using telematic information systems monitoring of the means under martial law. Olga Roman Mikhailovich, manager of the land companies, from master's degree of the National Transport University, and Bogachuk Oleksandr Sergeyevich, teacher of the chair of the National Transport University, candidate of economical sciences. And you may see his new manual in our library. As I understand, Roman Mikhailovich will deliver. Please, Roman Mikhailovich.
Good day, dear participants of International Scientific Technical Conference. I present to your attention work authored by Longa Roman, me as the magister student of National Transport University and manager of the company, author KIP Ukraine, and Bogachuk Oleksandr Sergeyevich for the topic. I open presentation so that it is seen on screen. The topic improving efficiency of companies of road transport based on using telematic information system to monitor rolling stock. I'm Longa Abugachuk, candidate of Technical Sciences, associate professor in the Center of Technical Exploitation of Vehicles, chair telematic systems and transport, exemplified by whereby online transport monitoring system take into account the condition of our country during martial law where the maritime ports are blocked because of which majority of transportation disappeared. We cannot draw attention to the road transport. Road transport's got very difficult objective today, and the number of our transportation grew many times. Now, road transport with the Ministry of Infrastructure is leader to move commodities outside the country with the rolling stocks. The market is saturated with many trucks, Scania, Volvo, MAN, Mercedes, Iveco, and others. During war, percentage of the cargo transport of Ukraine grew substantially because of the huge demand for these types of services. Also, prices for the road transportation changed. The European Union cancelled permission system, and we can do road cargo transportation um, activities without limitations. Today, taking into attention closed borders with the aggressor countries, northern neighbor, the percent to move this direction is substantial. Asian countries market is not very represented in our market, and international, even domestic transportation is not done. There some part is performed but not account for big percent of transportation. All the transporters named above provide logistics improvement systems also to monitor technical condition and movement of the vehicles. Every manufacturer supplies their vehicles with software and hardware. Scania's got their own system. Scania FMS, Volvo Connect, DAF Telematics Management, Renault OptiFleet. They might be a little different in names because all of that are dynamically developing. Other manufacturers also equip their vehicles with these systems. These telematic systems are manufactured, developed by every manufacturer on their own, so they're different. They may be convenient, less convenient for the use, but the main discrepancy is that certain type of vehicles may be used, and in the fleet there may be different types of vehicles for the companies. Also, legislation says that manufacturers of this equipment can provide access or collect information from cargo vehicles of Ukrainian business. This issue, or even much earlier, the monitoring of road transport and the technical operation of cars is dealt with by more than a dozen companies in Ukraine, which have the ability to install equipment and provide this service on any type of transport and any make. Among those companies, there are Whereby, Ruptela, Vialon, Mapon, Freetrack, Skata Globus, and RCS, RC, and so on, which are represented by various forms of entrepreneurial activity in Ukraine and which complete in providing the highest quality and easy to use information from wheeled transport means this type of activity enables the carrier to use the opportunity to optimize vehicle performance, increase profitability, reduce operating costs, improve driver safety and road safety. In this work, we present the whereby telematics system for road transport monitoring, which we have studied and which positions itself in the premium class of road transport modern systems on the market of Ukraine. The relevance of the topic is that telematics technologies in road transport provide an opportunity to increase the efficiency of operation of modern wheeled vehicles, both due to better organized work of dispatchers with logisticians and due to better operation of vehicles, as well as due to the possible integration of this product with other digital products of the car carriers partners, whereby for road transport tasks is represented in Ukraine. The company whereby Ukraine is the representative in Ukraine of the European company whereby which deals with the solutions in the field of online monitoring, as well as solution development logistics named GPS trackers, forwarding transportation security and more efficient use of the existing motor vehicle fleet. The main profile is aimed at the development of complex telematics applications that help motor transport enterprises in the field of transportations, forwarding and logistics to organize their work processes more efficiently as well as to use their resources more efficiently, whereby IT solutions focus in particular on large-scale vehicle performance analysis, fast and efficient communication, and fuel economy. This system helps to create economic and ecological function of the fleet of motor vehicles and also ensures the necessity for transparency and efficiency in this management, whereby technology combines experience with the most modern technologies, always carefully considering the needs of the road transport industry. The company aims to create a comprehensive system based on a multi-level system approach, which will allow optimizing the entire supply chain regardless of the field of application. The WebEye company has representative offices in 14 European countries. To use WebEye services, you need to have access to the office. This is the desktop view of office. This is a dashboard system. We see that clients got a main menu and fast links. Those fast references. Top left, you see big rectangle. You may get any form set whereby monitoring. This is one of the functions the system may provide, and this fast accessibility link that the customer may put on desktop for convenience. This is, for instance, vehicle movement route looks like during some period of time where you may see the clear time when the vehicle stopped, clear time when vehicle was starting to move from certain point. You see the time when idleness times. You may see other data. You see additional equipment of measuring the remaining fuel in tank. You may see the exact address of the petrol station, amount of fuel in tank before, after filling, and total amount of fuel. You see 584 liters before fueling, after fueling 1,530. So 846 liters fueled. So the system's got trackers, indicators. System may not exactly be ideal like at the petrol station, but there is discrepancy within 1%. So we may think that this data is pretty exact. And we see that and the data which are shown at the dashboard that the driver sees. We see the mileage during some set time, clearly indicating where the vehicle traveled. Card is always, map is always active. You may see it, you may expand it, make a bigger scale, and you see on screen the route marked with the blue and violet squares saying that stop took place there more than 15 minutes. Why more than 15 minutes before? By work and rest times for driver or the vehicles when they perform cargo transportation are equipped with tachographers, and stop is interesting for logistics or managers. 15-minute stop is what tachography records and which is counted within work and rest times. We may also receive summarizing data when we see millage that we may see from on-board computer, what a vehicle system provides. Also, we may see general travel distance or millage based on GPS system. We may see the consumed fuel based on fuel um, level sensors installed on the vehicle, or we may see data from onboard computer of the vehicle. You see also a graphic when display. This is general functions just to get familiarized. Also, any transport monitoring, or what is called among entrepreneurship GPS tracker, is seen on the map. You see the points on the map here showing the condition of the vehicle. If blue highlighted round, meaning that the vehicle stands while if little triangle showing the movement direction. Also, some vehicles are shown with the way the driver works controlled by tachographer. There is also option um, tracing the use of vehicle in terms of the fleet generally. This is function in English driving style, and we see in the fleet the rating. So the rate you see on the screen for the vehicles which is used how. Green highlights always vehicles used in the best possible mode. Also a bit lower we see yellowish or orange color. It means that this is the medium level of car use. We do not have it in this slide. If the use is bad, it shows red. Also statistical data, which is a foundation for all of that in order to evaluate all the fleet fast, efficient, and to enable to see who has which problems and to impact for the use to be improved as much as possible. This slide also shows one of the driving style options. You may consider every vehicle separately. That indicates the points that the vehicle is used right or wrong against. Whether the vehicle is used right or wrong, we take as foundation use of a cruise control system on a vehicle, known to many by recording speed and keeping speed without vehicle pushing accelerator pedal. Also, there is braking. The parameters in general 9 indicators are displayed, which provide fast and easy understanding of what is wrong and what is good. In this case, we see rate of retarded to brakes. You see 100 points pointed green, idleness of the vehicle. You see um, yellow. And what is better? So the analytical information system displaying and analyzing technical use of vehicle parameters and displays it in different reporting ways. Schedules may be used and showing table data on vehicle revs. I see the breaking point statistics of using um, slow brake. Also see the um, rate of revolutions of the vehicle. You see Euro 5, Euro 6 classes, their maximum velocity should not exceed 85. This is what our drivers do not want to keep with. They often try to go outside the set scope. Also, we may see the indicators for certain individual parameters. Also, we may monitor driver performance. We have data during period of time, we see that there are some trends, some growth in some parameters or some comparable values, even when we evaluate in general the way all vehicles are used or standalone vehicle is used. Style of driving is meant to make the cost less or the whole fleet and technical service or maintenance for the vehicle. I will abbreviate myself. I will not dwell on some details anymore. There are some concomitant services also and system services to measure fuel. I have already mentioned about today. The services to plan routes are included for the driver on a tablet, maybe planned, and the system tracks the fulfillment of this plan. Today, momentum is gained. We see the engine torque and vehicle speed telematic systems in passenger transportation, enabling efficient use of rolling stock and to make less environmental harm. When we use vehicles, we always pay attention to the way vehicles are used and try to make less fuel consumption. And this point exemplifies possible cut of fuel consumption per one vehicle, around 300 liters a month. This is important if we speak about all the countries. In general, it impacts the dynamic of the company positively and its development, and in general, the industry and even the country. This was my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be very happy to hear them.
Так, дякую дуже.
Thank you very much.
Романе Михайловичу, у нас
Roman
прохання
Mikhailovich, please, we ask you and all the presenters, if possible, to give the possibility for the audience to get familiarized with their presentations. Very interesting and useful information for the companies. Everyone misses aircraft and
Наталія
plans.
Васильівна є з нами?
We needed to have Academy of Sciences presentation. Nataliya Vasilyevna is with us. No connection with her now. We need to take into account the realities of today because there are no aircraft in our sky, sometimes even no communication. Next is Kosta Vyacheslav Yuryevich. He will not be able. Nikitchenko Igor will also not be able to. He's not there. Next, according to our plan, is Romanchuk Yaroslav and Bulavka Yuri. Are they here? Are they with us? They also have no electricity. Presentation 22 is the military topic from the standpoint of military hardware. So let us hope that they will soon have the possibility to join and to present their presentation. 23, Zinchenko Blagy with us? Not with us.
Так, ви, будь ласка, шановні, якщо є питання,
Please,
дуже цікава
dear
доповідь Романа
colleagues, if you have questions, Roman Mikhailовich, very interesting presentation. Write questions. What else would you like to know? For instance, to use technologies, very interesting technologies that we were speaking about. Next, also Skosar Vyacheslav Yuryevich that couldn't participate now. Then 25, Polyakov Vladislav Alexandrovich with us. Institute of Transport Systems and Technologies, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Also not here, yeah? Next, presentation 26, electrode powering vehicle, Kastira Now, our next 27 presentation in our plan is Yelena here. Let me voice the name of presentation 27 and list of authors. So next presentation is extremely important. It is related to safety during traffic. The topic pedestrian safety during the dark time of the day under the conditions of martial state. Hello, do you hear me? Yes, we hear. Co-authors Arpenyuk Andriy, Director of Safety Research, Transport and the Project, Arpenyuk Lyudmyla, Deputy Director on General Matters, Taraban Serhiy, Director of Department on Standardizing Meteorology, Center of Scientific Studies, Proект Candidate Technical Science, and Varyukhno, Serhiy Gennadievich, Engineer First Category of Department to Study Safety and Transport Matters, Standardizing Metrology, Center of Scientific Studies on Transport Safety, State Company, Державтотрans, and Deep Right. Please, Serhiy Gennadievich, the floor is yours.
Dear participants, the presentation on the topic safety of pedestrians in the dark time under war and disconnections of energy. Since 24th of February, Ukraine is in the war condition. Wartime brings changes into life after shelling. Schedules of emergency and planned disconnections of power were introduced all over Ukraine. Many streets remained without light and traffic lights do not work. The crossings are not lighted. That together with lack of street illumination is impairing the movement of the cars and creates danger for traffic both for drivers and pedestrians. Due to this, number of accidents increased mainly in the dark time of day. Since 10th to 23 of October 2022, 51 pedestrians died in Ukraine, 38 from them during the dark time of day. It's 25% higher than in the previous 2 weeks. Due to the insufficient street lighting of pedestrians, it became more difficult to notice the pedestrians on the sidelines. So special measures should be undertaken to make pedestrians more noticeable for drivers, especially during dark time of day. The so-called flickers, light reflecting elements, should be used. The international experience of use of the light reflecting elements allows to reduce injuries and deaths in the roads by 7 to 6 times. Light reflecting can be ribbons, gilets, labels, bracelets, or reflective clothing. Thanks to the special structure of the light is not dissipated all over on all the directions, and the light is reflected exactly in the direction it came to it. Also, the clothes during dark time of day is important. The more bright is the clothes, the more noticeable will it be for the driver. It first of all has to be light clothing and with availability of light reflecting element, which makes noticeable the pedestrian on the road at the relevant distance. The pedestrian in dark clothes could be not seen, and the brake distance is much higher. So such a pedestrian has large chances to be involved in an accident. This is the use of light reflecting elements at night. The visibility of the pedestrian 50 meters away with near lights of the car. The light reflecting elements provide for good visibility of the pedestrian. The pedestrian wearing a relevant clothes is better visible. One of the most common causes of accidents is dark light invisibility of pedestrians. So the relevant proposals to change law of Ukraine on the traffic, which oblige the pedestrian to use light reflecting elements during dark time of the day. Also, a draft law under the name 8156 was registered to introduce administrative liability for the pedestrians who move along the lane of the road during dark time without using light reflecting elements or clothing having such elements. Along with that, they propose in the capital to prohibit the vehicles to move higher than 30 kilometers per hour speed in the area of traffic during dark light of time during disconnection of lighting. And the relevant petition under 11523 was registered at the website of Kyiv Council. Also, the authority of the capital is urged to connect traffic lights in Kyiv to reserve power, to have highest priorities, not to depend from disconnections of power. Such a solution could save many lives, in the opinion of the author of the petition. City mayor responded this application and in charge to consider this petition as established. As regards the visibility of pedestrians during dark time of day, they should remember that the driver could not see them under poor lighting or in darkness. Due to this, the traffic rules provide a norm for the pedestrians' obligation to use light reflecting elements during dark period of day or wear clothing that has reflect elements. It would be well to remember the rules of movement of pedestrians on sidewalks and footpaths. When crossing the lanes, the carriageway, as the pedestrians should use crossings to provide for safety of all traffic participants. They have to adhere to all existing rules of traffic. Along with that, one of the most simple and easy ways to improve the visibility of the pedestrians is use of light reflecting elements on the top clothes or on the footwear. Many EU countries already implemented such a practice for pedestrians moving at night. They are obliged to have lights or other light reflecting objects in their hands. It allows them to be better visible for drivers of vehicles. Summing up all of the above mentioned, I believe it's reasonable to make changes to the task and measures for the implementation of the state program for increasing the level of road safety in Ukraine for the period up to 2023, paying due attention to the measures regarding ensuring the operation of safe movement of pedestrians, ensure the explanation works to provide a broad campaign and clarification campaign regarding the use of light reflecting elements, flickers, flashlights, or light-colored clothing by pedestrians as dark, to provide individual means, first of all, elderly and children, to increase their visibility in the dark. Take care of yourself and thank you. Thank you very much, Serhiy Gennadievich. It's very topical notice. Unfortunately, we have sad statistics of deaths in the roads due to lack of light, and the solution for this problem, first of all, is to change infrastructure and to change the mentality of pedestrians themselves, but also the drivers. I see with horror that many drivers don't observe rules of traffic under such dark conditions. Next 27th presentation has the name Driving Vehicle in the Dark Time, specifically under disconnections of power. Very interesting topic. Upon your permission, I name the co-authors. Increased list: Kopynets Andrei Vasilievich, Head of Safety Department, Candidate of Technical Sciences; Kopynets Lyudmyla Nagrebelna, Advisor of Vice Deputy on General Issues; Serhiy Varyukhno, head of the Department for Research of Safety on Transport for Metrology Center, Safety and Transport Technical Science Center, Vyacheslav Anatolyevich, Deputy Director of the Department for Safety and Transport, Metrology and Standardization of the Center for Metrology and Safety and Transport of the State Enterprise Project. Who will deliver on this topic?
Thank you very much. Let us listen. I would like to draw to your attention the presentation from February 24. Traffic situation changed several times. So from the first days of martial law introduction, the public transport stopped moving in the streets of the cities, and many less pedestrians were walking, and the surveillance cameras were installed to control the velocity, and the power outages started due to war in all the countries. Because of power outages, more road accidents happened. In particular, according to Ministry of Internal Affairs, the dead and injured grew by 9%. Every day, 400 to 600 road accidents are reported. Second part of the day is more intensity of accidents. The clashes are over 60% of all the road accidents between vehicles. The factors impacting driving vehicles in dark times of the day, an increasing probability of road accidents, is unsatisfactory technical condition of the vehicle, speeding, bad condition of roads, um, front or other car glass, dirt, fatigue of the driver, and others. So the normative documents regulating the safety in vehicle driving, law of Ukraine on traffic regulate provision of cabinet ministers of Ukraine on mandatory technical control and other regulatory documents. Speeding and wrong speed in the specific conditions of traffic are the main factors impacting number and severity of road accidents. Speed limit is one of the necessities to improve safety. Speed of vehicle impacts the road accident probability and severity of consequences. Enough time to provide to driver. If we take into account different speeds, it means that the faster driver is driving, the less possibility to avoid or prevent road accident. Important reason of road accident may be caused also by tinted car glass in the vehicle. A driver may not evaluate completely of what is happening on the road in insufficient visibility and bad weather conditions. That will also make it more difficult to see the pedestrian and increase the likelihood of accident. And the more glass the tinted, the more probability of danger, not only for the driver, but for the other participants of traffic. Other reason might be fatigue of driver, making a possibility to drive the vehicle less safe, or driver is in condition of alcohol or narcotic substance influence. If a driver is tired and not rested well before traveling, it also might be the reason of bigger accident rate. If 100 kilometers per hour driving speed within 4 seconds, that driver might fatigue and not control the road situation might mean that he will travel 100 meters. Usually, to regulate insufficient visibility and to improve the safety is sufficient lighting and to equip the pedestrian crossings the right way. Many countries of the world try to use those technical possibilities to resolve the issues. One of such technical systems is smart crossing, pedestrian crossing. When pedestrian approaches crossing, the sensor works and the red light on and light signal on, notifying driver about the pedestrian being closed. The use of smart light sources to accumulate energy and providing the possibility to work during power outages at the expense of accumulated energy, helping to avoid or to decrease the accident rate, improving safety when driving in dark times and in insufficient visibility may be simplified by night vision system for driver, enabling driver to see the traffic conditions in dark times. System allows detecting different obstacles to see pedestrian in dark road. System enables making a driver more vigilant, to be more knowledgeable about the traffic situation. You see visualization of vehicle night vision system operating night vision cameras. You see the pedestrians approaching vehicle at a far distance are clearly shown at the night vision system monitor, whereas it might not be visible from inside the car. One more system aimed at improving safety on the road. System to control the driver fatigue. System controls fatigue, monitoring physical condition of the driver. If some discrepancies are noted, the system notifies the driver. Some are based on controlling the movements of the driver, others to control the view from the driver, and all of that is important to promote the safety. Auxiliary systems are also very important that will help to make population more aware and to focus more attention to road safety and security. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav Anatolyevich, for a very useful presentation, structured. It seems to me personally that your presentation of Serhiy Gennadievich deserves being disseminated by us as much as possible to as many people as possible, not only for our scientific conference audience, because this is very important. Lives and safety of people. I would like to tell you, dear participants, that we still do not have connection to the Transport Institute from Dnipro. We have 5 presentations. Most likely will not have presentations from Kharkiv Road Transport University. We know that the situation is difficult there. And the next presentation, according to our today's plan, it will not be the last presentation. We have also confirmed 2 presentations. Please have patience. The last will also be very interesting. And the last presentation, please, Zakrevsky Oleksandr, the senior scientific employee of energy expertise, emission sector, ecology and transport, Department of the Transport Project, with presentation called Challenges for Electromobility in Conditions of Martial Law. Alexander Ivanovich is dealing with electric mobility.
I'll try to do it. Please try to just switch on the green window with screen show. I'm trying to. Wonderful. Now we'll see your presentation. Can you see it? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. The topic, as it was already said, challenges for electromobility under war conditions. What is the specifics of wartime? The supply of oil-originated resources became a problem. It is initial problems. The topicality of alternative motor fuels and energy sources becomes more topical in this case. The vehicles with electrical driving plays a role in the electrification of transport industry to increase its mobility and overall safety. It's obvious that now, during the wartime and much earlier, our company, the DSTU project, paid special attention to electric vehicles. And not only was it for scientific work, like scientific consultations work on improvement of wheeled vehicles with electric drives, but also small but very saturated researches and calculations conducted by a team of our laboratory, headed by Oleksandr Klymenko. We calculated the efficiency of use of energy on electric vehicles just recently, and in charge by the ministry, which develops changes to state construction norms for urbanization to stimulate development of charging station networks. Personally, Alexandrovich conducted serious calculations to submit to the working group of the ministry to optimize the placement of especially fast chargers. It is a topical issue, like our distinguished colleagues already informed, Marina Kitina and Nataliya Ivanenko. They have already said a lot. It's difficult to add something after the presentation. Anyway, I would like to dwell on the issues of safety of electric vehicles. It is especially topical questions under the conditions of war. Certain scientists, especially Western one, propose to approach electric mobility problems from the point of view of risks. Such risks as to provide availability of electric wheeled vehicles in the country, production, if possible, of electric vehicles in Ukraine, conversion or refitting of regular cars to be electric vehicles with electric driving, and the connected logistics supply of necessary material resources and so on. But a special attention during wartime is such problems like supply of material, rare use metals like graphite, and so on. It's obvious that under war conditions there are different obstacles, and the logistical chains existing earlier are disrupted, and it's much more difficult and dangerous to supply such would be seem regular issues like supply become of very difficult level. People have to be courageous and organized, to perform regular tasks, which would be under normal conditions regular tasks. People everywhere, also in the rear, work for the victory to provide for the production, transporting, and maintenance of our armed forces of Ukraine. The second group of risks concerns the risk for creation and maintenance of the headed by the Ministry of Energy. We have to conduct planning, so obviously there are risks connected with that. Third group of risks is related to the operation are undeveloped. Certain job is needed here. I'll dwell on it a little bit later. The fourth group of risk concerns certification of the cars and the components, namely electric batteries, rechargeable batteries. The risks under war are increasing, become critical, which is caused, as was already mentioned by the colleagues, by physical destruction of companies, destruction and disruption of auto transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure, disruption of blocking supply of certain types of equipment, resources, and components, and complication of emergency rescue situation. We have risks and problems, but also positive sides of electric vehicle under war, for example. What electric car has? It is of very low noise level. It's risky under regular situations, especially for pedestrians. They do not hear whether it comes maneuvers, but in the war, this property of electric vehicles could be used to conduct military operations or rescue operations when you can come silently over front line to evacuate injured or to bring something to move equipment, so on. Second property of electric vehicle is low level of thermal emission compared to regular car. It complicates for the enemy the visibility of our equipment movement in case of use of electric vehicles. Third point, which is already studied under UN, there are many electric vehicles in the world. There may be millions of them. On one side, it is transport vehicle. Transport means on the other side, the electric vehicle has altogether there is a great number of batteries, rechargeable batteries used in the electric vehicles. Under conditions of power breaks, the electric vehicle can be used as a reserve or backup power source. In certain situations, it really can be used when there are no other sources of electric power. You can try to get power from electric vehicle battery. As already mentioned about the regulation of electric mobility is not yet developed. It requires to be developed, and we have to rely on Geneva Convention and also on global technical rules, especially global technical rule number 20. They do regulate, describe practically all the threats of electric vehicles and give recommendations to regulate safety, operation, repairs, and maintenance safety for electric vehicles. First of all, regulation targets prevention of physical contact of the person, would be the driver, passengers, and the repair and maintenance personnel. So they wouldn't contact high voltage to be shocked. and also to provide the exposure to high voltage sparking or battery impact, because the battery can release chemical substances or can catch fire, etc. The second aspect of technical regulation is providing safety during the movement of electrical vehicles to prevent accidental acceleration, functional safety, to ensure functional safety and the reliability of braking. It is overlapping same rules for the traditional wheeled vehicles. For the third, is the safety connected with low noise level of the vehicle? Here we have to prevent accidents, traffic accidents due to the exactly low noise level of electric vehicle. We can talk about electric vehicle both in narrow sense, meaning using the electric vehicles to transport. The most common situation is when a private person brings his family or friends on a passenger electric vehicles. More broadly, electric mobility can be regarded as transportation of cargoes and passenger using transport vehicles with electric engines. Except for passenger cars, those can be electric buses, eventually electric trucks, but also urban transport, tram, trolley buses, underground trains. General electric transportation, this is the electric mobility. From the point of view of motor transport, we consider only passenger cars, cargo trucks, and electric buses. Obviously, we have to first of all regulate safety of operation, but more broadly, we have to talk about production. Can be exactly the driver which will facilitate as a whole the domestic car building and other related industries. What have you to do to move ahead in the development of electric mobility? We have to work with legislation. Thank you very much, Oleksandr Ivanovich, for a comprehensive presentation of the advantages of the cars in the military use as well. It's very interesting. Would be nice to have such equipment. Excellent presentation. Before naming next presentation, I would like to report to you that we are still waiting communication with Dnipro connection. There is no internet now in the Institute of Transport Systems and Technologies of the National Academy of Transport. Such a problem can happen with other speakers. So those who have a connection, please write in chat that you are ready to present. Next presentation we shall have is very topical, extraordinarily topical issue. The name of the presentation, System of Technical Maintenance and Repair of Wheeled Vehicles. We have a powerful team of speakers. Arpanyuk Andrei Vasilievich, head of the Center for Scientific Research in the area of safety and transport, candidate of technical sciences. Brigida Fedor Nikolaevich, Deputy Head of the Department for Normative Provision in the area of maintenance and the candidate of science, Danko Andrei Ivanovich, Deputy Head of the Department for Maintenance and Normative Provision in the area of technical maintenance of integrals, and Serhiy Zavgorodniy, Valentyn, Senior Research Fellow of our institute. We listen attentively to you. Please, you have the floor.
This system is the comprehensive approach made of many elements interrelated by static or dynamic connections may have isolated elements functionally unrelated to all the constituents of the system. Certain system of technical maintenance of repair of vehicles on the market of vehicles is created by following subjects: developers, manufacturers. In legislation, this is the same a person. Other subjects on the market state. This system of technical maintenance exists usually in market conditions that change with time. Probably it will be surprising for many that in the process of designing a new vehicle, the system of design documentations make requirements for technical maintenance and repair during all the life cycle of wheeled road transport that state adds to in fair competition, intellectual property protection, know-how, safety of citizens, and so on. To realize legal norms to regulate technical maintenance in European Union, we need to remember the main sources of EU acquis. Please pay attention to legislative sources because this is important to determine the status of technical service and repair. EU countries have legislation valid precedent law and national legislation documents. Till now, important matter: mandatory or voluntary system on technical maintenance from the standpoint of law, mandatory or a voluntary use, whether every company providing technical maintenance is to have the technical maintenance and repair system, or all of that should be based on one specialist knowledge. Do PTS have to train and retrain personnel? Do they need to have documents mandatory for technical maintenance? Do they need to mandatorily approve all on safety, environmental protection, technical improvements? Legislation of EU changed many times, which led to change in the essence and other details. EU tried to create constitution, but the necessary consensus wasn't achieved. And now regulation of EU relating to technical maintenance and repair applied before. The latter regulations relate to Article 101, previous regulation 81, and the earlier regulation of other articles 64, 81. We show over 20 references. Those who would like to get familiarized may use the links to interact with technical maintenance. Vertical agreements are typical for the automotive industry, which are most stable in time of guarantee and guarantee obligations for vehicle manufacturers. State monitors company on the market based on necessary reporting for all the market participants. Those provisions are set forth by anti-monopoly committee regulatory documents. Manufacturer provides information, software technologies to ensure contemporary prerequisites for technical maintenance, provides training of personnel, trains authorized executive that performs technical maintenance and repair, who is provided with all the information that was developed. And all of that is aimed at car build manufacturing process. The parts suppliers should provide what is meant in vertical agreements. Distributors supply spare parts to the technical maintenance and repair executives within the guarantee obligation period of time and more. And they clearly set vertical agreements. And another slide shown that there are agreements, founding agreements saying that it's wrong to have vertical agreements. How will you provide safety for car? No way. And because of that, European Union agreed to have vertical agreements. Some say this is wrong, but if we are very careful, it is right. Interesting is that car service enables even more main horizontal agreements of the market, so-called aftermarket, composed of majority of the elements that vertical agreements have, but they have some functional interconnections. Try to follow them. It is difficult for the country to follow them. They try to introduce reporting, self-control, control of competitor. Let us know that the independent executives have availability for everything, but many of them have, as compared, few personnel and financial resource, but together they are substantial competition to authorized executives, regulating horizontal agreements and approved practices in our country are obligations of Ministry of Regions, Communities and Infrastructure Ukraine, as well as of Anti-Monopoly Committee. In order to prevent negative laws, Anti-Monopoly Committee scope and regulations to protect manufacturers. The information contains references to 22 sources. Agreements allow, regulations have exceptions from prohibitions based on experience, which is not so easy to determine. Please pay attention to Ukraine-EU agreement. This agreement, Article 253, defines that competition legislation in particular means that Articles 101, 102, 106 for EU in the agreement for Ukraine, it means law to protect economic competition, changes and amendments more than article, provides for a direct norm to implement articles from 1st till 8th, included Regulation 330/2010 that became invalid May 31, 2022. Instead, the regulation of 2022 took effect /720, containing updated principles to regulate competition. Obviously, association agreement is going to be adjusted. It's time to introduce fulfillment of regulation 461 into agreement. To the right, at salad color background, you see regulation 461 of 2010 not recorded in association agreement, and additional provision on selling and repairing vehicles and distributing spare parts for the road transport. Let us remember once again slide 20 office to integrate to Euro-Atlantic space. EU Commission expressed with this document the public standpoint in terms of applying norms of Regulation 461. Commission warns, make decision about market as recommended by additional provision, because excursions from such recommendations may lead to a court trial that you will probably lose, because there was a precedent and maybe more than one precedent, because additional provision recommends specific actions. It has status of being mandatory, thus making mandatory Regulation 461 an additional provision. The matter is exhausted in terms of being mandatory. However, Regulation 461 and additional provision already are exhausting their validity, so to say. Developed draft in European Union has already passed the stage of publishing and discussion, and regulation is decided to be continued for the next 5 years with additional um, provisions and changes. You may get familiarized if you search in the internet MVBER, development of competitive market in auto service companies, is important as the new design of the vehicles and new market conditions are developed. Obviously, competitive market of EU and Ukraine requires its expansion in new areas within vertical and horizontal agreements, new and used cars, spare parts. By the way, spare parts in EU are also materials used in the vehicles, except fuel. Also services to sell, to resell, to protect consumer rights, digitalization, electronic bidding, electronic comments, and so on. So we need to adjust association agreement, because otherwise we will lose like at the beginning. As a result, for our authorities not paying enough attention for the technical regulation that had to be substantially improved, the legislation was cancelled as such by the Cabinet of Ministers decree. It should be renewed. What is in the center of attention? All those issues, of course, safety, security of the vehicle, services to transport physical entities, distributors, executives, independent executives, manufacturers of vehicles per se. Everyone aims their efforts at making vehicles safer. You see a list of legislation that fulfill those functions more or less completely in the area of technical maintenance and repair. Among them, you see some very obsolete, for instance, provision on technical maintenance and repair that need to immediately be changed, and the new ones need to be developed, and all the rest are more or less, they may be taken as the reference point, but they need to be developed, added in legislation in terms of electromobiles as a primary change. You see the legal acts. Before that we had law on road transport, that foresees regulation about certification of executive of technical repair. Cabinet minister ignored it somehow. They just cancelled regulation. Fortunately, I mentioned this already. I don't have time to repeat myself. You see conclusions. The main conclusion that the technical maintenance and repair system is a mandatory system in the area of technical maintenance and repair. The regulation technical maintain and repair, taking into account new regulations of European Union 461 and additional provisions, is necessary to urgency restore, because otherwise from Ukraine people will go for repair to EU. We will lose a lot in terms of incomes for our country and lose many other things. Viktor presented many points in some presentations of what is going on in information communication management of wheeled vehicles technologies. The main shortcoming of lead specialists in the EU was decided that the biggest disadvantage is that no managers, leaders, uh, executives may get skills by working, but the managers, directors sometimes do not have possibility to get enough prerequisites to work successfully. So I would like to ask our ministry to start state order to create many professions. For instance, mechatronicers, as I mentioned yesterday. In general, in 2019, after 5 years of torture, we were able to approve qualification characteristics of specialist manual, many professions, not a single personnel, human resources specialist will use anything else but this manual. Those professions should definitely be in this manual. I came to our HR manager, how it's gonna look like. I said it's gonna be only the way it is written here and no other way. That is why we need to train specialists. Not a single university in Ukraine is training. The most prepared is electric actuator chair of electrotechnical faculty in KP. I am familiar with the director of the faculty. He said that I'm sorry to say that we train mechatronicers at the same time there are chairs at the same university who don't feel that they are to blame. They prepare some specialities, mechatronicas. There are some universities that I would not like to mention here that train mechatronicas that cannot repair properly in a particular change in software for the up-to-date vehicle. I suggest, if possible, to formulate for tomorrow, and we will be able to address from our conference that probably do not know about this issue to Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Something needs to be changed. We need to move on. Manual change from 2019 in accordance with the authorities our ministry has, and no progress. I know that some faculty started training. However, Ministry of Education and Science does not even plan to make state order. Someone needs to repair, but there is no people. Valentyn Vaslovich, thank you very much. We will definitely do this address. We are going to prepare not only to Ministry of Education and Science, maybe to the others. Definitely, you are right. We need to move on in this area. If possible, we may approach on behalf of our institute. It will improve our reputation. We developed this specialized provisions. It's up to you. Whatever you say, we are going to do together. Dear participants, if you allow, I would like to give the floor to the next presenter. Is presentation number 5 that was planned for tomorrow, taking into account that we have a bit more time, I suggest for us to make presentation to improve methods of verifying methodologies for vehicle use based on Ukraine-EU agreement. This presentation will be very organic in terms of Valentyn Merzhyyevsky is working in this area. Ageyev, Volodymyr Borisovich, Director of Scientific Research Center, candidate of Technical Sciences, the acting member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Logan Serhiy Nikolaevich, Deputy Laboratory of Active Safety for Vehicles, Nilo Rostislav Yukhimовich, Deputy Sector of Legal Normative Documentation, Laboratory of Safety of Transport Vehicles, and Shuk Pavlo Nikolaevich, also Senior Scientific employee, Sector of Documentation and Scientific Research Activities in Laboratory of Safety, Trans, and the project candidate of Technical Sciences, Doctor of Philosophy. Please, Pavlo Nikolaevich, the floor is yours. We are listening to you attentively. Good day, dear conference participants. This topic, improving the methodology of verifying fitness of vehicles for use based on implementing agreement on association between Ukraine and ES. One of priority objectives, State of Ukraine sees as implementing the agreement of association between Ukraine and EU. Based on this agreement, Ukraine plans to improve its legislation and to implement around 50 regulations of EU into Ukrainian legislation in checking road vehicles to approximate to EU legislation encompasses periodic checks for safe use, Directive 2014/45 EU, registration documents 1446 EU, and road technical verification commercial built vehicles, Directive 47 EU. The objective of this activity is bringing the regulatory documents of Ukraine in compliance to the current legislation requirements and EU legislation foreseen by plan of activities to implement the association agreement between Ukraine and the EU and preparing suggestions to introduce changes to the Order of Ministry of Infrastructure from November 26, 2012, number 710, on approving the requirements to check the design and technical condition of wheel transport and methodologies of this verification based on redesign of standard wheeled vehicles, requirements to safety and technical conditions and methodologies of control. EU draws a lot of attention for safety of road vehicles that move in the road of member states during all the life cycles, both at manufacturing states, put into operation, and after first registration and during the subsequent use. If the vehicles have technical disadvantages, it makes the risk higher of road accidents and casualties as a result of those. Macroeconomic strategic objective of Ukraine is fulfilling international obligations. From the one side is fulfilling the association agreement between Ukraine and member states of the EU. From another side, also Geneva agreement to bring in compliance vehicles amended in 1995, agreement to adopt unified rules to verify wheeled vehicles, Vienna Agreement from 1997. Thus, in accordance with the addendum of Agreement 32 of Association Agreement 47 EU, all the wheeled vehicles should be verified within 1 year for all the wheeled vehicles used for international um, transport services. Within 3 years for the other, within fulfill the approximation plans vehicles subject for verification, content and methodologies to verify technical conditions, improving the unlike fitness for use. Your directive more clearly establishes the objective tasks and expected results. So the vehicles need to be verified whether those are fit or unfit for the use on roads or not just for controlling. In accordance to the directive, owner should provide certificate of fitness for use, roadworthiness. It confirms the fact of road vehicle being roadworthy. Besides that, the verification provides for compliance of the vehicle from the moment of first registration. Activity of ND project is aimed at improving legislative and practical activities within adapting Ukrainian legislation to EU legislation and practical implementation of the foreseen activities. List of national standards are to be improved, including DSTU 42 from 2004 to protect environment, national provisions to protect environment from the harmful exhausts of diesel or diesel engines. There's 247 system of standards to protect environment and optimum use of resources, norms of measuring carbon oxide, vehicles with engines working on gasoline or gas. There's 2 EN standards developed and improved. There's 2 46, 49 encompassing MTKO vehicles providing mandatory technical control of Ukraine. The necessity to have this standard is related to bringing those norms and control methods to comply with directive requirements, taking into account disadvantages, taking into account suggestions to improve situation in Ukraine in terms of category of scooters, Motorola's in use, requirements for periodic technical maintenance of such vehicles in accordance to European legislation that will positively impacting the vehicles in use. The new draft edition of this document provides improving methodologies, specifying methodologies to evaluate technical conditions in a better way, improving the requirements for the lighting devices, specifying requirements for car glass to improve the methodologies to control, using the physical parameters to control, to make human factor less decisive and subjective. It requires improvement of control of technical status of the devices and driver and the vehicle are to be duly controlled, aiming at improving the safety and environmental protection, mandatory technical control is to be improved to technically
Здійснювати періодичну технічну перевірку всіх КТЗ, визначених категорій, які зараз
verify vehicles, all the wheeled vehicles are to be improved in terms of procedure, activities, supply with parts, legislation providing the access to the executives, improving the technical condition of the road vehicles, which is the integral part of EU aspiration into EU, improving road network and roadmap. Thank you very much, Valery Nikolaevich, for your presentation. I hope that the developments will be in progress. Dear participants, let me announce last presentation, impact of information technologies on technical maintenance and repair of wheeled vehicles. After this presentation, probably the hot discussion awaits us. Author Biletsky Volodymyr Alexandrovich, Associate Professor of Technical Use, Faculty of National Transport University, Candidate of Technical Science. Please, Volodymyr Alexandrovich, we are all ears.
My presentation is dedicated to the beginning of a new direction, as we believe the new direction of research and study works in the area of operation, maintenance, and repair of transport vehicles. I apologize, I cannot put the presentation on screen. Try to press green button in the bottom of the screen for a slideshow.
Володимире Володимировичу, чи ви можете допомогти, будь ласка, доповідачу? Технічна проблема.
Can you help the speaker? No, it's good. Yeah, it's opened already. Yes, thank you. You can see the presentation now. Yes, you can try to zoom it out even. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, managed to do it. The slogan of today's presentation: forecast failures before they happen. The topic is implementation of innovation technologies of technical maintenance and repair of the vehicles. The topic covers much more, but we shortened this presentation. Volodymyr Biletsky will take part in this, participate in this work. Oleksandr Mikhailovich Ivanishko, Andrei Viktorovich Loboda, Oleksandr Sergeyevich Bugaychuk, Roman Mikhailovich. All of them I mentioned are representatives of the chair of technical operation, Roman Mikhailovich Lovgo, representative of a by Ukraine company, which is pioneering new innovation technologies for maintenance and repair use, and also Volodymyr Mikhailovich Agaponov from the National Technical University, Kyiv Polytechnica. I will start with the introduction. Most of the fleet use the graphs of planned scheduled maintenance, which provides for good technical fleet, but it is not the optimal strategy because the development of the information technologies and monitoring systems in transport make available the data on transport vehicles, which allow to introduce systems of maintenance upon demand and the new forecast of technical maintenance, meaning the era of implementation of technical maintenance on demand starts. And also the forecasted system of technical maintenance based upon the results of forecast and change the technical condition of the cars. The purpose of this study was just to conduct an analytical review of the technologies and assessment of transition to the preventive maintenance system to the technical maintenance system on demand and upon forecasts. I will not dwell long on what is connected car technologies. It is a main technology which allows us to change drastically the approach to existing system of technical maintenance. Yesterday in the conference I was very pleased to listen to the presentation on connected cars. Some functions for those maybe doesn't know. They have been described yesterday in the presentation. A car connected to the internet can be a payment mean, can distribute internet to everybody in the internet and nearby, may help drive all vehicles and multimedia by voice, managing it, and also the mean to connect the car, like Internet of Things, new kind of products. Specifically, the technology connected vehicle is the innovation technology of the future, which opens a road to development of concomitant technologies in the sphere of maintenance of cars. Specifically, we are now listing, first of all, remote diagnosis of transport vehicles 24/7. For the second, implementation of forecast system for maintenance. I haven't met this term in Ukraine, that is predictive maintenance. And the third, automatic system of planning the execution of technical maintenance works and automatic control over the execution. Three main directions which deserve, in our opinion, interest for researchers. Let us consider the first direction, the functions of a remote diagnostic system. This function provides us opportunity to review the codes of all the cars we are maintaining, to review all diagnostic information remotely. This information contains key data starting from the model and mileage of the car and codes of failures and messages. As an example, there's a report on T5490 truck which is connected to the internet and allows to maintain it, to introduce new IT information technologies based upon forecasting its technical condition, continuous monitoring, repairs on demand, and prevention of eventual failures which can emerge in operation. This information has been taken from Strative Automotive Portuguese company, which is now servicing the trucks all over the world, which transport products, cargoes, passengers all over the world. Apologize, it is done with something. Next function is diagnostics and the review of defects code and the current control of the parameters of each car available in your fleet. Both separately and also defect codes could be reviewed by selecting from the list of cars you operate. If you operate, this slide shows buses and trucks. We selected the bus, city bus. You see it has 3 codes with high level of risk. We can review it so to conduct the analysis and to take the relevant decision what should be done with this bus. We can review the description of each defect code we found in our fleet. Any car in our fleet, we have access to it. We may review the description of each code, also the location where it happened and the previous defect codes. Also, we may have automatic planning of the steps to recognize specific defects and the steps to remove them. We see the message of the car location with defect codes. For example, here we have to deal with low risk degree. The defect code relates to the system of selective catalytic recovery. The recommendations to the driver, they say it is not impacting the power of the engine and the transport service, but the driver has to verify and establish the reason of the defect as much as possible. This message is delivered not only to the driver, but everybody who is set up to receive it in the system. The mechanician, the technician of the company gets such notice automatically to his phone, email, or other channels. Next function, we have access to the setup messages with graphic visualization of threshold values. For example, we have a message of average risk level, the temperature of oil in the engine achieved the limit value. We see place, time, where it happened, and we can take a decision after reading the description and all the setup messages. We can review all main indicators to define the need of technical maintenance conduction. This example shows the ranges of temperatures of engine. We see how long the engine is working in this specific temperature range. There is a software or a method. Operators, mechanicians have to review this statistical data to conduct analysis and to determine and take decision on the need for such maintenance of this specific truck. We may review data of sensors to compare them or to monitor online the changes or historic data. This is 5 days data of parameters for power supply devices, voltages shown in green, and all relating to the systems of the engine. We selected barometric pressure in green or yellow graph. We can review any sensor signal available remotely. Same we get in the maintenance station by connecting through the relevant plugin with a wire connection. A little example on how the messages are created and sent out in real time. That can be message to mobile phone as SMS or through Viber and other types of messaging. We select what messages, with what risk degree and whom should they be sent, so that all the technical maintenance specialists would obtain topical information on what happens now with a specific truck and where is it found, is it traveling or standing, etc. These are functions for preventive maintenance. We can monitor the wearing or aging with operation or the mileage of the worn components like start batteries, brake inserts, etc. In this example, we see the brake inserts in the front axle of the truck. What is the mileage when they have been inserted and what should we do with it? We have a beautiful data of a company. We don't publish them. We are analyzing them. Excellent mathematic models to forecast the timing point when the need will come to change those inserts. The model has special character. It takes into account not only driver's mode of work. For example, the driver is accelerating very abruptly and braking it, and the wear of the insert is very high. The driver uses additional braking system like a motor brake, like they say it commonly. All the operation conditions are taken into account, even the properties of the driver. So to plan when the technical maintenance should be conducted, we can obtain for preventive maintenance system a report every time when yearly signs of defect appear. As soon as we see the signs accordingly, if we have the relevant setting, we obtain the report. This is an example of control system failure trend for coolant. We see specific message which give the mechanician necessary information and hints what should be done later. We can build up trend line and forecast the probability in time of defect. The probability of 0.88 defect will happen at such point of time, take into account the mileage, etc. If you take the company strategy automotive, they have mathematical forecasting model for identification of the need for conducting specific works for hybrid electrical systems in the cars. We can select a car from a list and see and forecast where some defects might emerge and what is the probability of the emergence. Next function is automatic planning. From the three functions we decided to review in the beginning of the presentation, creation of maintenance plan, meaning the plant preventive maintenance system. Plant maintenance system, we create technical inspection plans through certain mileage and kilometers, through certain point in time, or when a scheduled need of maintenance happens, what comes first, whether mileage or scheduled time for maintenance will happen, those plans are correctable. To control automatically current values of mileage and monitor observance of intervals independently from whether we have planned them in the older plant warning system or by using the forecast system, we do correct the intervals between scheduled to regular technical maintenance. We can add new tasks for replacement or repair of the units which, based upon a warning system, we may take decisions that they should be replaced to prevent from defect or failure to occur whilst in the way. And so when the car comes to the technical station, we can replace a unit. Everything would be ready before it comes. It comes, the work is quickly made, and it leaves. That reduced dramatically the idle time of the car, bringing them to a minimum. It is wonderful for connected vehicles. What should be done with non-connected vehicles? For example, Bosch company developed communication mean RDS 500. In this demonstration, in this picture, you can see how the connection of the vehicle to diagnostic tests with the relevant software and more experienced diagnostic operator, which helps to determine to take decision. He is nearby here in the picture, connects with this tester to the car. He has full access to the tester to diagnostic plugin. He can read all the sensors, and the diagnostic operator near the car can read those values whenever this car would stand in this specific point of time in Australia, Germany, or Ukraine, whatever place. Next mean could be used to transform non-connected vehicles into connected vehicles and accordingly to use all the benefits and advantages of this type of maintenance. It is diagnostic scanner of launch company with a remote diagnostic function, works same as Bosch equipment. Artes has these developments. In this case, there is a FlexiHub server, American development. People are engaged to connect to internet everything you would like to. For example, the headset phone, the printer, video camera to watch what if there is somebody doing something wrong on your table. Everything could be connected, including the car. The specialists of this company are not automotive experts, but it provides to any specialist with diagnostic tester or PCs to connect through internet to all the cars connected to FlexiHub server. Eventually, he might not have tester, but a simple PC with a diagnosed software of Bosch. He can connect to the cars being serviced by him. It opens the possibility to create virtual car companies which remotely serve a whole network of vehicle owners who would like to become connected. Now, preliminary conclusions. First, the planned maintenance system of technical maintenance provides for a good servicing of the fleet, but it's not optimal strategy of fleet management. More optimal is the system of maintenance on demand and forecast system of technical maintenance. Short conclusions: the possibility of implementation of such system is caused by the development implementation on the transport of information system and monitoring system, which allows to obtain and analyze practically all the data necessary for that through connection of transport vehicles to internet. Such possibilities promote development of using the transport of technical forecast and technical genetics methods. What tasks are solved by technical diagnostic? The moment of a defect emergence time point is forecasted. It was delivered perfectly of the standard DSTU of 2014. Moreover, it can be forecasted which exactly defect would be a reason of non-correspondence. Technical genetics is a science which determines what was the technical condition at a certain moment in the past. Accordingly, it determines the technical conditions, was it satisfactory or no. If it was not satisfactory, it says which exactly defect was there. Once upon a time when I was a student, the Institute of Judicial Expertise was dealing with such problems. And I have information what they know, but it opens perfect possibilities for this area as well. Exclusion number for connection of vehicles to internet provides opportunity to conduct operations of diagnostics and continuous monitoring of diagnostic and concomitant parameters be used to take in time decisions on the need of technical maintenance or scheduled maintenance to forecast possibility of emergence of specific defects and plan and conduct specific works to prevent them, and to also automate the process of preparation and setup of scheduled maintenance works, and to automate the control over execution of these plans. Number 5, the state information technologies and monitoring system of operation of transport vehicles allow to control and assess the work of every driver. When Roman law presented, you were able to see how the control of each driver in the line, in the route is made. In this case, we consider control of driver's operation with influence on safety and economic and other indicators of its work, and also probable changes in the technical condition of transport vehicles. Different drivers, different time of wear. Conclusion 6, the possibility of remote diagnostics and execution of certain setup works, for example, generation of readiness code and other opens possibility to set up some works by students in the transport university under wartime condition. This laboratory work should be done remotely. A student, when having relevant software for laboratory works on his smartphone, can connect from home, from his house to a car in the lab and conduct the forecast and diagnostics necessary to repair it. Thank you for your attention. The information materials are the result of cooperation with Web Ukraine, Bosch, Launch, Stratio Automotive, Pistop Connection, Electronic Team Incorporation, and FlexiHub. And also the materials of the researchers of Biletsky, Lovko, Muhaychuk, and Agafonov Volodymyr Nikolaevich joined us during this stage of work. Thank you very much, Volodymyr Alexandrovich, for an excellent presentation, which is wrapping up today's part of our session. We have discussion panel ahead of us. I would draw your attention to that there is a very deep question from Mr. Tsuman in the chat of the conference. Armando answered interestedly. Dear participants, we propose you, together with coffee, tea, or whatever you would like to take, let us start the most interesting, hopefully part of our conference, the discussion. I remember there have been questions. Dear participants, ask questions to the speakers. Maybe somebody wants to comment on something, to express some opinion. But do not forget that to get the mic, you have to do what? You have a pattern of friction. You have to raise your hand.
Yes, excuse me. If there are questions personal to me, or questions to my colleagues, if questions to me, please ask now. I see that there is power fluctuations, probably soon power outage will take place and internet will disappear. People who would like to ask Volodymyr Alexandrovich in the first place, he is expected to have communication problems. Are there willing people? No. People who want to ask questions. What other questions do we have, please? You need to turn on sound. I would like to thank you about invitation and interesting conference. Very, very interesting. Unfortunately, I also have to go soon to attend to another business. I would like to wish everyone good evening and to ask if someone has questions to me. There are questions to you, if I may. Yes, you are welcome. Tell me, please. Your studies, did you evaluate loss of transit potential after start of war? This is very good question. In order to evaluate losses of transit potential, transit rate,
Ну, на сьогоднішній день до війни, я перепрошую, бо були на 14-му
excuse
місці.
me, before we were at the 14th place and one of the progressive positions in Europe. What year are you speaking? 2020. I found data for 2018. I asked, sending requests to Ministry of Infrastructure, other bodies to provide topic information 2021. That's what I started. However, the specific answer to transit rate, no one answered.
Своїй презентації як питання, яке необхідно обговорювати, і щодо взагалі даних статистичних, так, я не знаю, чули ви, коли я виступала, то я звертала увагу, що коли я почала аналізувати дані, які містяться в Держштаті, і, наприклад, так як я з упором на залізниці, інтегрований звіт залізниці, то я знайшла там розбіжності. І це питання втрати транзитного потенціалу неможливо дослідити без чітких даних, який був транзитний показник. Тому я досліджувала, зараз я вам скажу, на екран виведу чи не виведу, я не знаю зараз, на жаль. Я досліджувала freight transportation, вантажообіг, пасажирообіг по видам транспорту і по рокам. І питання щодо, так, я зазначала, що з аналізу цих даних можна встановити, що станом на, наприклад, 2021 рік, так, зміни 2020-2021 впав вантажообіг, і з конкретними даними у мене є це. Якщо буде цікаво, можемо вже після конференції поспілкуватися з даного питання. Але питання щодо транзитного показника у мене зазначено, у мене там в своїй презентації те, що не на конференцію готувала, а по якій я працюю, так, по своєму дослідженню. Це у мене питання викладене для дискусії і того, що необхідно для того, щоб казати про розвиток транзитного потенціалу, необхідно чіткі дані, які я за 2021 рік, на жаль, не знайшла.
Я перепрошую, зрозуміло. В мене коротка така, можливо, ремарка, можливо, запитання, як ви скажете. Справа в тому, що на вашому слайді я бачив коридори, які, я так зрозумів, ви взяли з сайта Міністерства інфраструктури, чи це, можливо, якісь старіші, там, де ви показували
це
карту?
Міністерство інфраструктури. інфраструктури.
Так, дивіться, ну там я бачу, коридори йдуть через Білорусь. Мене здивувало трошки ця, ну зрозуміло, що ніхто зараз не розглядає коридори з точки зору залучення Російської Федерації, але країни Прибалтики у вас там вказано йдуть через Мінськ, через Білорусь. Стратегія не змінилася, звідки там така інформація, це перше, таке коротке. І друге, я зразу вже скористаюсь тим, що я говорю, чи я щось не почув, чи ви розглядали транспортний проєкт, транспортний коридор, що стосується проєкту Віа Карпатія?
Це транспортний коридор для вивчення наразі буду вивчати, а що стосується першого питання, то ці дані з офіційного сайту Міністерства інфраструктури МТЮ.
Якою датою вони?
Ну, я шукала, і в мене дата пошуку це липень 2022 року.
Зрозуміло, дякую.
Тому я зазначаю, що в дослідженні, що так як Російська Федерація здійснює тиск на Білорусі, то це дуже таке
ризикований напрямок.
Ризиковано, так, і ми повинні шукати альтернативні засоби.
Ну, альтернатива для вас це Віа Карпатія, так як я бачу.
Так.
Дякую.
Дякуємо, будь ласка.
Якщо буде можливість щодо транзитних показників поспілкуватися, буду дуже рада.
Ну, знаєте, цікаво взагалі ваша організація. У вас там якийсь інститут, як я прочитав в рамках університету інститут економіки, ви там дослідження проводите. А ваш проєкт, він десь офіційно, я на сайті його не знайшов. Що це за, ви дослідженнями займаєтесь? Вас на сайті...
Я запрошена, по-перше, я ще пояснювала, коли я виступала, я почала свій виступ з того, що я запрошена до даного інституту як гостьовий PhD-студент. І цей проєкт наразі у мене в розробці, я працюю над ним і зможу його опублікувати, надати до загального дискусії після того, як буде він підготовлений. А наразі лише відбувається робота.
Ну, маленький дисонанс мені трошки викликала сама назва вашого виступу, тому що, чесно кажучи, я би так назвав його більше відбудова, а не оновлення. Ну, відновлення, чи якби, тому що так в тому як подачі, це якби оновлення і війна, воно трошки несумісне. Я би так сказав, що відбудова після війни, можливо. Ну, тому що сама доповідь, вона у вас цікава була, мені я просто думав, що воно трошки не відповідало назва і суть самої доповіді. Тому мені було цікаво з вами поспілкуватися більш детальніше. Так, дякую.
Якщо нема за що, я відкрита і для спілкування для мене це також, чим більше критичних зауважень, тим краще буде робота. Тому я лише за і вам дуже дякую за увагу. Але якщо перекладати recovery plan, так, наприклад, якщо ми кажемо про форум, який я зазначала, там дійсно rebuild. Rebuild – це відбудова. А якщо ми кажемо...
У вас renovation.
Recovery also.
Тут у нас стоїть ваша назва renovation.
Ну, я перегляну. Дякую.
Дякую.
Шановні учасники, я б, з вашого дозволу, хотів подякувати Валентині Сергіївні за надзвичайно важливу і цікаву роботу, яка вона здійснює в цьому університеті в Ганновері, і побажати їй і всім нам найскорішого, скажімо так, щоб найскоріше створилися умови, в яких Валентина Сергіївна зможе приступити до практичної реалізації ідей, положень її доповіді і результатів її досліджень, які ми також, сподіваюся, невдовзі побачимо.
Так, величезне дякую. І я, наприклад, з урахуванням і даної конференції ще приймала участь в конференції. Так, є дуже величезне, ну, скажімо так, не те, що там прогалини, але питання, які необхідно обговорювати в практичному, от, наприклад, сьогодні було зазначено дуже цікава для мене доповідь. Я дуже багато для себе взяла з даної доповіді. Це доповідь Тетяни Михайлівни Ященко щодо тарифів. Оскільки дійсно я також про це зазначаю і досліджую flexible tariff for transit and end-to-end transit tariff, які повинні базуватися відповідно до формули, про яку зазначала саме Тетяна Михайлівна, відповідно до регламенту Європейського парламенту 1370/2007. То дуже цікаво, оскільки я молодий, скажімо так, вчений, так, я захищалася в минулому році, в 2021 році, то я дуже відкрита, я буду дуже вдячна і за взаємодію, і досвід вже досвідчених колег. Дякую.
Дякую дуже, Валентина Сергіївна. Я думаю, що співпраця з вами буде надзвичайно корисною для загальної справи. Запрошуємо вас. У нас є багато тем, напрямів для спільної з вами роботи, як ми бачимо. Шановні колеги,
я вийду на контакт. Дякую, до побачення.
Дякую, гарного дня. Бажаємо вам успіхів.
Вам також.
Дякую дуже. Шановні учасники, з вашого дозволу, я хотів би попросити Володимира Олександровича, він вже довго тримає руку. Будь ласка, Володимир Олександрович.
Дякую. Я просто забув сказати у своїй доповіді таку річ, що технології інноваційні, з якими я намагався познайомити вас, відкривають прекрасну можливість створювати нового типу автотранспортні підприємства, які є посередником між перевізниками і посередником між мережею станцій технічного обслуговування. Тобто люди сидять за комп'ютерами, слідкують за процесом експлуатації ваших автомобілей, планують роботу проведення тих чи інших робіт обслуговування чи ремонту в конкретній мережі станції технічного обслуговування, нікуди не виходять. Це відкриває можливості надання робочих місць, створення для людей з обмеженими можливостями. Наприклад, наразі ми плануємо надрукувати статтю, і там будуть посилання на деякі фірми, які працюють саме таким чином. Працюють, це віртуальне підприємство, працює, обслуговує автомобілі практично з усього світу. Як ми вже бачили із слайду, навіть автомобілі КАМАЗ обслуговуються. Можуть сидіти, заробляти гроші вдома, чи в інвалідному візочку, там, чи в інших місцях і так далі. Все, дякую.
Дякую дуже, Володимир Олександрович. Я б хотів додати з вашого дозволу, що ідеї, які ви сьогодні нам висловили, варто також, щоб ми їх все ж таки якось інтегрували в проект рішення конференції, донесли до Міністерства, Верховної Ради, все ж таки вони мають саме особисту думку, може, я сподіваюся, мене підтримують колеги. Ці ідеї варто також, щоб їх інтегрувати в наше законодавство і реалізувати на практиці. Дякую дуже вам. Шановні колеги, у кого є коментарі, Валентина Васильович, чи ви не хочете додати щось, от дуже актуальна тема технічного обслуговування і ремонту?
Я згубив. Мене чути?
Ми вас чуємо чудово.
Питання в тому, що дуже гарні і слушні пропозиції, але я згадую буквально на початку сьогоднішньої конференції виступав Микола Кліментович, і він казав, які у нас автотранспортні підприємства. У нас немає і так, щоб було декілька десятків однакових машин. Через це зрозуміло, що до цього треба намагатися йти, але, як на мій погляд, то треба займатися фірменним автосервісом. А все інше ми не потягнемо зараз у тому нещасному стані автопарку.
Але дозвольте додати з практики, фірмовий автосервіс – це чудово, Але, на жаль, чомусь він, як правило, обмежується періодом гарантійного обслуговування автомобілів. А потім ті нещасні автомобілісти, вони вирішують свої проблеми десь там майже в гаражах, де вони знайдуть таку нагоду.
Воно, бачите, там конкуренція. Їх можливості цих ремонтників обмежені, але їх багато. Через це вони створюють конкуренцію авторизованим ремонтом. Але усі авторизовані ремонтники і всі, хто ближче до виробника, вони тільки бажають, щоб ввести сертифікацію і щоб всіх оцих дрібних підтягнути до якогось вищого рівня. Щоб тоді була конкуренція, вона і залишиться, але ну, це можна законодавчо зробити. Інша справа, хто його буде контролювати і заставляти. Це нереально. Ну, нам, по-моєму, Ілон Маск вже всім продемонстрував, що він буде робити те, що захоче. Буде змінювати програмний продукт і все на світі. І що тоді будуть робити ті підприємства, які не авторизовані Ілоном Маском? Ну, хто буде знати цю інформацію? Боротьба йде зараз реально навіть за інформаційне забезпечення виробника. Реально виробник, який розробив документацію, не хоче її віддавати. Він каже, це наше ноу-хау, ви тут не маєте відношення ніякого. Фактично навіть інформаційне забезпечення виробника важко отримати. Тим більше, що регламенти з питань затвердження і мотоциклетні, і 858, і 715, ну їх там чимало цих регламентів, вони спочатку не були категоричні, щоб обов'язково допуск до ринку отримати за наявності інформаційного забезпечення. А там була відтяжка через рік, після того, як вийдеш на ринок, і ще щось таке. Але ж машина може зламатись на другий день. Її можуть ударити в ДТП і таке інше. Треба жорстко ставити питання. Поклади комплект на стіл. Я своє життя починав з конструкторської роботи і знаю, що навіть усі питання утилізації вирішує конструктор. От, наприклад, я займався військовою технікою, то мусив покласти в комплект ремонтної документації перелік дорогоцінних матеріалів, які є на машині, де вони лежать, в якому апараті знаходяться і таке інше. Розумієте? Конструктора є вся інформація. Тут не треба, кажуть, мати 7 пядей во лбу. Просто він нею володіє. Потім його хазяїн, або той, хто замовив конструкторську документацію комплектно, він може і не замовить комплектно, а як дешевше, некомплектно. Він каже, мені це не вдавай, ти мені продав, дякую, а я буду продавати далі без цієї інформації. Ви розумієте? Через це у сферу ремонту у нас до сих пір дорогоцінні матеріали ніхто... Є декілька фірм, які напівлегально працюють. Багато інших проблем. Ну, все починається з конструкторської документації. А на цьому виробник, власник автозаводу, він може і прикоротити все на цьому. І видати інформаційне забезпечення на такому низькому рівні, що ніякий сервіс не зможе нічого зробити. А продасть тільки своїм. Ось вам буде недолік вертикальної угоди.
Дякую дуже, Володимир Васильович, за глибокий аналіз і коментарі. Будь ласка, Володимир Борисовичу.
Шановні колеги, я б хотів би ще додати, що у нас немає, я вважаю, що немає альтернативи застосування технології підключеного автомобіля. швидко вдасться стосувати. По-друге, Валентин Васильович правий, що ми намагались застосувати технологію підключеного автомобіля, але виявилось, що не всі виробники дають навіть коди входу до певних рівнів системи, і роблять це свідомо абсолютно. І навіть політика такова, що не дають підключитися як слід. Тому тут дійсно є питання законодавчого регулювання цієї сфери, зокрема і кіберзахисту, тому що буде дійсно, аргументів не буде, якщо виробник скаже, якщо ви підключитесь, то ви створите небезпеку якійсь системі. Але ще раз підкреслюю, що я вважаю, що і обов'язкова придатність до експлуатації, і технічний сервіс всі рано чи пізно перейдуть на цифрові технології і підключені технології. І іншого варіанту просто немає. І причому я думаю, що буде дуже швидко це відбуватися.
Буде так, як зі смартфонами. Лавиноподібно наросте це все, і ми здамося і будемо купувати такі дорогі послуги.
Дякую дуже.
А в чому суть? Я перепрошую, мені зрозуміло, що альтернативи іншої немає, це доведений факт, але зрозуміло, що ми зможемо впровадити, враховуючи те, що в нас зараз війна і інфраструктурні пошкодження, і, звісно, те, що ми зараз бачимо із засобами зв'язку, із електроенергією, з мережею, із самим дорожнім покриттям, це все атрибути того, що автомобіль, скажімо так, на сьогоднішній день не зможе повноцінно експлуатуватися з тим функціоналом, який закладений в ньому, і бути, як ви правильно зауважили, в якості підключеного автомобіля. Тобто автомобіль, який має такі можливості, у нас експлуатується як середньостатистичний автомобіль минулого покоління. На сьогоднішній день це все буде залежати більше від того, наскільки швидко ми зможемо відновитися після воєнної відбудови. Так.
Володимир Олександрович, будь ласка.
Дякую. Я хотів заперечити трошки Валентину Вацлавичу стосовно, як він говорить, фірмового обслуговування. Звичайно, корпоративний інтерес виробників транспортних засобів дуже впливає на процеси впровадження нових технологій, однак в кожній країні ведеться дуже велика робота стосовно уніфікації доступу до діагностичної інформації на автомобілі, і виробники вже не мають права приховувати ті чи іншу інформацію, до якої може бути доступним виробник, наприклад, на ринку гаражного діагностичного обладнання, якийсь незалежний виробник засобів для діагностування. Це перше. Друге. Наприклад, у вас автомобіль КАМАЗ. Ви маєте тільки один автомобіль, цей підключений, і експлуатуєте цей автомобіль. Ви можете стати клієнтом фірми Straight Automotive, скажімо. Ви будете отримувати від нього інформацію, яка замінить одному власнику одного автомобіля весь плановий відділ, все те, що є в підприємствах великих. Він буде абсолютно незалежний від цих всіх служб. Фірма буде слідкувати за їхнім автомобілем. Фірма буде присилати повідомлення, куди заїжджати. Фірма буде шукати їм клієнтам. Фірма буде повідомляти, скільки коштує там заміна оливи там, і так далі, і так далі. Наприклад, із такого анекдотичного діалогу, такі інформації, механік говорить водієві, ти там розгрузишся в Гетеборзі, а на ранок їдеш туди, по дорозі заїжджаєш на ТСТО, міняєш оливу. Водій заперечує, каже, там дорого. Механік говорить, вже все пораховано. Якщо ти будеш їздити, шукати, де поміняти оливу, ти витратиш більше часу, більше, і так далі. Значить, то, в принципі, перспектива розвитку дуже гнучка. Перспектива не заперечує фірменного обслуговування залишаються станції, вона буде тільки зв'язувати, такі служби будуть зв'язувати власника транспортного засобу, незалежно від того, чи в нього один транспортний засіб, чи в нього там 1000 транспортних засобів. Фірма «Підстоп» в Києві було автотранспортне підприємство орденоносне. Я пам'ятаю, що там бачив цей прапор, орден, це на Ленінградській площі, парка вантажних перевезень. Там було 1200 автомобілів. Наразі їх там дуже мало. Якщо взяти фірму Straight Automotive, вони обслуговують, є посередниками між перевізниками і між мережею станцій технічного обслуговування. Я не буду говорити цифру, я можу помилитися. Ви можете там знайти ці цифри всі на сайті. Це не 1000, це набагато більше, на порядки більше кількість автомобілів, які ці фахівці обслуговують. Фахівці настільки мають високий професійний рівень. Тепер ще одне. Якщо інформація діагностично, скажімо, закрита для незалежних операторів на ринку надання послуг з автосервісу, то нічого вам не заважає мати діагностичний тестер, наприклад, якщо немає діагностичного тестеру у вас, Volkswagen Автогруп, ви берете вашу діагноста і маєте, скажімо, 75-80% можливості тих, що має фахівець на тих станціях, на тих фірмах, які обслуговують виключно автомобілі Volkswagen Group. Ну, якщо я зрозумів, якщо я зрозуміло висловився, то буду дуже вдячний, якщо мене зрозуміють.
Дякуємо вам за коментар. Валентина Іванович, ви хотіли щось додати, я розумію, ви включали мікрофон.
Я включав, додавати можна і довго дискутувати. У нас питання починаються з ввезення транспортних засобів уживаних, так звані євробляхи. Вони не без всяких правил фактично ввозяться, без всякої інформації. Отримати інформаційне забезпечення на уживані транспортні засоби можна, але це не забота України. Україна повинна сказати, ввозиш уживаний, поклади сертифікат придатності, який був йому виданий виробнику, і вони куплять його. Я маю досвід, я звертався в Ганновер, головна квартира, там були знайомі. Я їх просив, дайте мені, чи можна отримати інформацію. Так, мені сказали, я вже не знаю, чи 8 євро, чи 80 євро, починаючи з 30-го року КБА видасть будь-яку інформацію. У нас ввозять транспортні засоби невідомо які, невідомо де перероблені. Про яку систему ми можемо говорити? Звичайно, як таких автомобілів буде в автогосподарстві 50 чи хай навіть 20, тоді можна говорити про щось. А як у нас із 40 автомобілів, вони всі різні і в різному стані, і невідомо, тобто є проблеми більш актуальні, які не розв'язуються в грішній Україні. А жалко, треба це розв'язувати. Ну, говорити можна довго, це просто нескінченна розмова.
Отже, якщо ви правильно зрозуміли, Валентина Васильович, що впровадження європейських підходів і стандартів стикається з суровими реаліями нашого життя.
Саме так, але ми ж їх розв'язували, якби хотіла влада. Проблема ж в тому, що влада, у всякому разі, з якою я маю справу, вона думає, що вони поведуть в ресторан тих людей, які будуть приймати з Євросоюзу законодавство, погуляють, а потім все підпишуть. Але насправді так не буде ніколи. Ми маємо відповідати європейському законодавству. Про це не хочеться в нас думати владним структурам, розумієте? Ось у чому біда головна. Молдову і Україну прийняли кандидатами в члени Європейського Союзу. Якщо при Порошенку Верховна Рада, наприклад, комітет з євроінтеграції мав 1500 законопроєктів і будь-якому зрозуміло, що їх неможливо за каденцію взагалі наблизитись в розгляді навіть до половини, то це одне. А Молдова в цей час ішла семимильними кроками вперед і приймала все, що треба. І вона нас обжене. Побачите, Молдова буде попереду України в Європейському Союзі. Там інші люди при владі, розумієте? Все питання упирається у владні, у поведінку влади, як на мій погляд особисто.
Ну, дякувати вас, значить, тоді, в моєму розумінні, нам треба бути більш наполегливими в тому, щоб довести ці ідеї і необхідність як найскорішої імплементації європейського законодавства в Україні. Тому хотів би вас попросити особисто і всіх учасників сьогодні до ночі або завтра до ранку надати пропозиції до рішення конференції. Що ми хотів би побажати міністерству, владі для найскорішого вирішення цих нагальних проблем. Володимир Олександрович, ви хотіли щось додати, да? Ви піднімали руку. Вас не чутно. Включіть, будь ласка, мікрофон.
Ні, я вибачаюсь, мені просто сподобалась ваша пропозиція. Потрібно всім фахівцям доводити до відповідальних людей, які відповідають за прийняття тих чи інших рішень, саму найбільш необхідну інформацію. І пояснювати їм, вчити, що необхідно для того, щоб Україна була попереду всіх.
Тоді
Я просто підняв, що пропозиція ваша прекрасна.
Дякую дуже за підтримку. Тоді чекаємо, будь ласка, формулювання з тим, щоб вони були написано мовою, яка буде зрозумілою і не знайде відображення в подальших діях і Комітету Верховної Ради, і міністерств, причетних до вирішення цих проблем. Дякую вам дуже. Шановні присутні, чи може ще хто має бажання надати коментар? Хтось не отримав відповідь на питання, яке хотів задати під час виступів, але не мав такої можливості. Так, будь ласка, Євгеній Михайлович.
Добрий вечір, шановні колеги. Якщо пан Закревський є, то я йому задав питання. Є? Олександр Іванович.
Олександр Іванович, ви з нами? У Олександра Івановича, можливо, є проблеми, він попереджав зі зв'язком. А є він? Олександр Іванович, ви з нами?
Є. Олександр Іванович, добрий вечір. Дуже вдячний за вашу інформацію стосовно електроавтомобілів. Одне питання. Якщо маєте якусь інформацію додаткову стосовно пожарогасіння електромобілів, зокрема автобусів, які саме засоби пожарогасіння повинні застосовуватись? Є щось якась така інформація?
Я перепрошую, не зрозумів, що ви маєте на увазі, які заходи?
Які засоби пожежогасіння? Вода, піна, пісок, може щось інше?
Зрозумів. Ні, я поки ж, ті дослідження, що ми вели конкретно, ми з цим не стикалися.
Не стикалися.
Я, на жаль, не можу сказати.
Дякую.
Я перепрошую. Дякую вам.
Я, з вашого дозволу, додам, я не фахівець в питаннях пожежогасіння літієвих батарей, але кажуть, що треба автомобіль цілком занурити в воду, тоді це, можливо, допоможе.
Питання в тому, що сама батарея містить у собі все необхідне для горіння. Класичні способи пожежогасіння –
поки не згорить.
Ізолювати від навколишнього кисню. У випадку літій-іонної батареї це нічого не дає. В нього всередині є достатньо кисню, щоб вона горіла.
Я з вами згоден, Володимир Васильович. Треба закривати, про це треба вирішити, це питання дуже серйозне.
Так само, як і в калюжу ви глибоко вкотитесь і покалічите масу людей потім електричним струмом. Це повноваження Міністерства надзвичайних ситуацій.
Але ж ми...
Вони отримують ситуацію, інформацію, як і чим гасити, як себе вести у випадку, якщо вода якщо автомобіль попадає в воду або загорівся. Вони отримують ексклюзивну інформацію. І вже порядні фірми, вони звикли до порядку в своїй державі, відповідно до законодавства надають МНСникам цю інформацію. Де правила? Ви бачили? Я з цим боровся багато разів, потім здався. Немає сил з ними боротися, розумієте?
Я про що кажу?
На шляху, вибач, Женя, на шляху цієї боротьби стоїть Верховна Рада, яка має якихось лобістів, вони всі зав'язані, і це не так просто. Це пов'язано з елементарними речами. І побачите, навіть засоби пожежогасіння не можна так просто увести. Зараз розділяться отак пополам, ця Верховна Рада, і не хватить голосів.
Ну, на сьогодні є постанова Кабінету Міністрів, ті засоби пожежогасіння повинні бути в автобусі. Ці засоби забезпечать гасіння чи ні? Що ми можемо сказати?
Не забезпечать.
Не забезпечать. Тобто ми завідомо випускаємо транспортний засіб на лінію, який той же самий частний автомобіль, легковий автомобіль, електроавтомобіль. Дякую.
З вашого дозволу хотів би додати, що літій-іонні... на вас, Лич, у вас звук виключений.
Добре, це добре, клас.
Я б хотів з вашого дозволу додати, що все ж таки вважають, що літій-іонна батарея – це проміжний етап. Є інші варіанти розвитку технології акумулювання електричної енергії на борту транспортних засобів, більш безпечні. Я сподівався, що Національна академія наук України все ж таки нам трошки приоткриє занавіс над цією таємницею, але я збагнув, що, напевно, вони передбачали, що Ілон Маск буде дивитися нашу конференцію і цю таємницю відкриє. Тому вони і зняли свою відповідь. Це лише моє припущення.
Я хочу додати, що 4 роки десь я мав честь на виставці на Лівобережній. Всім рекомендую ходити на виставки. Там надзвичайно цікаві речі. Я бачив електробуси не з літій-іонними батареями, а з іоністорами, так званими, як конденсаторами називаються. Іоністори. Їх розробили...
Суперконденсатор.
Суперконденсатор, так. Це побутує таке поняття. Значить, вони уже на 15 маршрутах у Мінську працюють. І там нема цих проблем з пожежогасінням. Є інші, мабуть. Розумієте? Ми вперлись в літій-іонні батареї. Ладно, я вже заглохаю, все.
Я б хотів через це додати інформацію, що на останньому форумі, який проводила Всесвітня організація автомобілебудівних компаній, це питання розглядалося. І, до речі, питання обмеженості ресурсів для виробництва електромобілів і збільшення вартості за останні роки 3-4, майже 10 разів окремих рідкоземельних металів тощо, це вже створює велику проблему. Але це, сподіваємось, не є проблема, яка не буде вирішена. Все ж таки майбутнє, принаймні для внутрішнього міського транспорту, за електромобілями. Шановні учасники, хто має бажання задати ще питання до доповідачів, коментар надасти, пропозиції до проєкту рішення конференції, яке ми будемо обговорювати завтра. Будь ласка. Немає бажаючих. Добігає 5 хвилин залишилось до анонсованої програми. Ми мали працювати до 18:00 і обіцяли всім бажаючим надати площадку для подальшого спілкування, до скільки схочу, як то кажуть. Але ми, наскільки я розумію, можемо сьогодні поставити крапку. До завтрашнього ранку нема заперечень? Так, Володимир Васильович.
Олександрович, а доповіді завтра будуть чи не будуть?
Обов'язково буде багато доповідей.
Зрозуміло. Все далі не треба.
Дуже цікаві доповіді. Ми почнемо з дуже цікавої доповіді Сергія Юрійовича Бутеревича. З цього завтра ми плануємо розпочати нашу програму. Вона буде присвячена питанню оцінювання відповідності частини приладдя колісних транспортних засобів, огляд міжнародного догляду в цій сфері. І буде дуже багато надзвичайно цікавих доповідей саме автомобільної тематики, і питання і екології, і енергоефективності, і альтернативних джерел енергії, питання нашої енергетичної незалежності. Тобто завтра, здається, буде також дуже цікава програма конференції. Отже, на цьому дозвольте завершити в другий день. Ми чекаємо всіх присутніх, найбільш стійких і тих, хто прагне до нових знань. Чекаємо вас і ваших колег і інших запрошених на останній день, завтра, в 9:30 початок відключення, в 10:00 ми починаємо продовжуємо наш марафон. Дякую всім дуже. Гарного вечора. До зустрічі.
Всім дякую, до побачення.